All right. Hello, everyone. Why is this so loud? Let's turn this down a little bit here. We don't need that this loud. Hello, everyone. I don't even know what we're doing today. I want to update this because I feel like the helmet color is a little too dark. So that is my number one step right now. One thing at a time here. All right, let me make sure we have my chat box is there. Oh, my chat box? Okay, first of all, sir, excuse me. Oops, wrong button. That's okay.
For great, just get. You can't stop me.
You can't stop me. You can't. Okay, I gotta move some stuff. I don't know why this is like that. You move up. Okay. There. Okay. Actually, I need to write a test message here. What are we gonna pop up? Let's see. Okay, that looks fine. That is good. That. Let's make that smaller. There we go. That. Should I have that? Why not? Let's put that up since I'm on both anyways. Okay. Leave that up. I'll have to leave that up. Alright. Well, you guys will have to let me know how the sound is, because I have no idea. But yeah. Let's, first of all, change the color of my... I just finished this look today. I kind of had a look already for this guy. In the same kind of sense. Oh, see, Abyss looks probably a lot better. It looks better, but I'm still looking for something a little lighter. Glossy black? Ooh, glossy black could be really good. Glossy black, or I was thinking of, what's the other one? Darkness. Darkness is really good too, because darkness highlights like some features on the thing, which I feel like that's probably goes really well. Alright, let's put that in. I don't know. Do I need to... Okay, that automatically applies. I think that looks good. My fiery warrior. My berserker. My fiery berserker look. I like him. He looks really cool. I didn't want to just go with the like flame outfit here with the hellfire. So I just picked the griefs here, but I kind of chose a lot of different things to kind of make it unique. I didn't want to just because I could have picked all hellfire things. I really could have, right? Like I could have gone through and picked all of the hellfire pieces, but I didn't really want to do that. So I think it works out really well. Yeah, I want to kind of discuss today's thing. All right, So we'll see if we get some people in here. I'm gonna work on my weeklies while we're doing that. I'm gonna just hang out and do my weeklies and maybe work a little bit on my, I don't know, on other things. On some of this stuff, maybe. Maybe the Dragon Bash and this, obviously. I wanna get, because I still haven't finished this yet. I have, how many more to go? I think I only have like 3 skins. 3 skins. These 3 is all I have left. Yeah, so I'm gonna get that real quick. Let's just do that. Be done with it.
Not very good. Yours?
That
Boom.
looks valuable.
Boom. And boom. So we have the toxin shells are all done. Great. I'm gonna turn this off because it's blowing right on the mic. I don't even know. It probably sounds horrid. Probably sounds horrid. I also would like to, let me duplicate this. Let me go on my channel here. I gotta update my logo on, I gotta update my logo on Twitch to my new logo. I haven't streamed on Twitch in a long time, so long time being like, I don't know, half a year or something like that. But that's okay. Twitch doesn't like me anyways, so it's a mutual hate relationship. It works out for everyone involved, but that's okay. So what was I doing? Oh, my weeklies. Do any raid encounter. We're doing that. Specs Laboratory, that's a kind of a fun one. That's the one in Caledon Forest. Oh, Tequado or Events in Sparklife Fen. Always nice to go back there. We can do all of these. We can do a raid encounter on this character. That'll be super fun. I really like Berserker. Berserker is like high button pressing. There's a lot of button pressing that is involved in Berserker, which is not necessarily bad, right? It's a different play style to Cosmic Observatory. Test. Hi, Miss Loreth. Yeah, I was just testing. I was testing out. I changed the setup a little bit, so, and I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. I can probably move my camera even more, yeah. Probably move that over. Because I don't need all this. I can shove myself in the corner. Oh, whoopsies. Let's do it. That's okay. We'll just leave it like that for a minute. Oh my god, please let me get out of this. Oh my god, that's the one thing I hate about Guild Wars 2. Doesn't let me get out of action camera ever. Not voluntarily. Okay, I have not played Berserker in a long time, so I'm gonna have to get used to this, but, you know, I'm gonna try to do my best. Oh, destroy you all. Yay. Oh, great. Not a good time to use that, I guess. Come on. Woo! Oh, I don't have it. Yeah.
For great justice.
Uh-oh.
You can't stop me.
Woo!
Adrenaline rising.
It's so hard to remember the mechanics of a fight that you barely ever do. Oh god, that's not a good idea. The mechanics of a fight you barely ever do, and it's hard to remember, you know, and then trying to remember the class date or a specialization. Oh goodness, that was close. I always forget when that happens too. Ripsy, why? Oh my god, these people are amazing. Whoever these people are, I am not doing great, and these people are rocking it right now. They're rocking it. Yeah. Yeah. Eh. Eh. For great justice.
For the record, you've been struck.
No.
Oh god.
Sharper still.
Oh god. I can send my shots in. Attack!
For great justice.
For great justice. Yay! I'll destroy you all.
Agony, torment, pain.
Oh god. Come on. Zoom back.
No.
Ah! Ooh. Oh no! Let's get up. Let's get you up.
Armored up. For great justice. Adrenaline rush.
Yeah, okay. Where are you going? Come over here. Ow,
For
rude.
great justice. That went better than I expected.
Yeah.
No. For great justice.
Go, go, go.
Another.
Bam. And another one. Oh, perfect timing. Too, because I just lost some health.
For great
That works out. This is gonna be perfect. Ah. She's dropping more orbs. Thanks, Soja. Appreciate that import.
Can't stop me.
Ah. Oh, I gotta heal.
For great justice.
Think faster.
Oh, I don't have anything to stun. Oh, they stunned her. Thank God. I've just been pressing everything off a cooldown. But I do have two things that stun that I didn't have up at all. So that's kind of sad, you know? I just don't know what I'm doing. That's okay. Everyone can judge me. It's fine.
No.
Oh God, it's on the other side. We gotta go to the other side, friends.
Justice.
For great justice. Ooh, I have so much health too.
You can't stop me.
Yay! Berserker's fun. Berserker's really fun. Like high octane, like many button presses, but it also feels very impactful in a lot of ways. It's really cool. You know, it's very different in playstyle from something like if we think about something like what's the other one? Spellbreaker. Spellbreaker is like kind of this not reactive but like proactive kind of thing, you know, with like full counter. You kind of have to predict when the enemy is gonna attack, and you gotta use that. Oh yeah, boom, perfect time. I can do that. I can do that, and these, and these, and these. And we're about to do it. We're about to crush her. Ah, boom. Oh, I thought that was the end. But she just teleported. Do it. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. Good job, everyone. That was quite alright. Oh, okay, cool. So we did that. God knows I haven't looked at my dailies. I don't know if that did any daily stuff. It did. Defiance bar. Defeat enemies, complete events, defeat enemies in the heart of Maguma. Ooh. Let's do the jumping puzzle. I'm pretty decent at those. Oh, I can't wait to see like Guild Wars 3 having jumping puzzles. So that would be so cool. Especially when they talk about like momentum based movement, right? Having that. Oh god, that's gonna be so fun. Right? I feel like that's gonna be really fun. Gonna be really good. I can't wait to see. Especially when you like, you know, you look at those maps and you look at those different those arches and stuff in the background with those like weird pillars, and even, you know, something like the pale tree. Like if they really do, you know, or whatever that tree is, whatever you want to call it, a tree. But you know, if they really do like a super open world, maybe a lot more than Guild Wars 2, you know, because what I'm imagining with Guild Wars 3, I think what they're wanting to lean on, I think they probably want to lean on making it like this is what I imagine, and I don't know how, obviously I don't know how true that's going to be because I have no idea, but they, you know, maybe they want to do like a Breath of the Wild kind of game, right? Which would be really cool. Kind of mix it maybe a little bit with like Warframe, the way that like Warframe plays. You know, I think they want to lean on like super popular games and combine like the best of those to create a unique experience that's not Guild Wars 2, right? Oh god, that was so close. I don't have like movement boost. Oh god, I don't have like a speed boost on this character, so it's kind of dangerous to do. Oh my god, I'm getting shot at. I'm getting shot at, you guys. Run. Eh. Can't glide here either, so one misstep and I'm toast. Quite literally, because I'll drop right into the lava. Yeah.
Adrenaline rising.
Damage sustained. System integrity compromised.
We did it.
Nice gear.
Alright, cool. That's done. Quick little jumping puzzle there. Took me about 2 minutes to do. Oh, my weeklies are already done. I want to do the other ones anyways. Let's go to Sparkfly Fen. Sparkfly Fen is a great map. There's a lot of really interesting lore there. A lot of really cool things. Where's some good events here? I mean, the Astrozintli Forelands has like a lot of things going on. Let's see here. You know what? I just don't even care. Just take it out. I don't even want that there anyways. Now it looks stupid. Now it looks stupid to me. Alright. I want to look at something. We have this crystal. Okay, I have this weird memory. It's not really... can't really call it a like a Mandela effect, but I have a memory of that crystal glowing, and I don't know how true that is. Like at all. Oh my god, there's so many Ryzen here. I can't even get to them. Go now. Oh my god, there's so many people here. Oh boy. Yep, I remember this event now. This event does this all the time. All the time. It just repeats that dialogue over and over for every wave that comes out.
This one. Gaining adrenaline.
And this event goes on for like 3 minutes, and you hear this character say this over and over and over again. Ow, why are you like this? That's what you get.
Anyone not fighting, get to safety in the temple. Go now.
Go now, do it. All right. Luckily that we didn't have to do the full 3 minutes. All right, Chocobo. But yeah, I somehow have a weird memory of this thing glowing, and I've not checked a few times, and it doesn't seem to matter if it's like day or night. I'm just misremembering that, but yeah, I don't know. I've always wanted to know more about the Hylic and their religion, you know, because I really love the idea. I mean, if we think about the theory that I had about the mists and stuff like that, and you know, that's one thing. Even if my theory is incorrect, there's still this weird ignorance that the in-game Guild Wars universe has towards celestial bodies and things like that. Like there's really not a lot of, you know, you have the Astralarium,
We can fight for real.
which there's a really cool tidbit about the Astralarium, where the Astralarium is actually the very center of the known, I believe it's like the known map that we have of Guild Wars or something. If you look at the very center of that map, I believe like the Astralarium is in the very center of that. Or something like that. At some point, that was true. At some point, I don't know if that has changed over the years now with the map having been expanded or what. But the Astralarium, right? Like we go there, and it's weird because you know, the Astralarium is there to study the stars, right, and to record the stars and stuff like that. But in the story, all we really deal with is the idea that Joko is influencing that, right, and is making them change pretty much, you know, like changing everything up and, you know, making it all about him and blah blah blah, whatever, right? And that's kind of like the whole first half of season 4 is kind of all of that. We're dealing with all of that, and that's kind of the thing. But we never talk about like celestial bodies. We never talk about the impact of the stars and what they could have on the planet and even the sun. You know, in a magical world like Guild Wars, you would think that the stars and the sun have like a bigger impact. I don't have a weapon underwater or skills. That's great. Love that. Do I have anything that I can equip underwater? I probably don't. I have this. I will equip this. This is not even ideal. A spear? Not really. I would like to have a spear gun. Harpoon gun. That's more condition damage based. Great. I hate everything about this, but that's okay. I can't use any of this. We'll just use some, like, improve the power. Oh, I can use this underwater? Fantastic. So let's use that underwater. And then maybe, oh, really? Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna go destroy the Ash Horizon real quick by myself. Oh my god, there's so many enemies. Pew, pew, pew.
Adrenaline rising.
Holy cannoli. Oh wow, did you guys see that? I was able to. I'll destroy you all. There's entirely too many enemies everywhere. Yeah, this is when I wish I was playing a Spellbreaker, because my full counter would destroy them. I cannot even right now. This is entirely too much. I love that I have like half the skill bar isn't even. Oh my god. Boop, boop. Well, kind of thinned out the herd here a little bit.
You can't stop me.
All right, cool. Pew. Oh, that didn't do. I guess it's a Condi shot. That's the thing with conditions and criteria conditions against things like that don't really do anything.
Raining adrenaline.
But that's a-okay. Ta-da! We did it! Oh my god, fleshy pieces everywhere. But yeah, anyways, I think the idea of celestial bodies, I really wish they kind of lean a little bit more on that, especially with it's so weird how ignorant they are of these. Is there like an event chain? Is there isn't there like a chain of events that takes back this place? I mean, there must be, right? Does that start down here with these guys? But you know, you have things like the Celestial, then you have things like the Astral Ward and things like that. But sorry guys, Jesus, sneeze. But then they don't ever talk about celestial bodies in any shape or form. They never talk about the stars, and they never talk about the things that are happening in the sky. You know, it's kind of weird, and I, you know, like I said, whether my theory is correct or not, I would like for them to actually tackle that in maybe some kind of expansion or something like that, you know.
Great justice.
For great justice.
For great justice.
Let me respond with my own call. Isn't there like an event chain that happens here? I feel like there should be. Yeah. Get out of here, Hylic. Risen Hylic will look really cool though. Great design. Great design, I will say. Yeah, I picked this fiery weapon. I don't necessarily like the fiery dragon sword. It's too bright for me. I think they could really tone down the fiery dragon sword, the lighting on it, the fire on it. It's just too much. If we look at something like it's so bright, especially when you take it out, because right here it looks fine, you know. And but look at how bright this is. Look at immediately you can see the environment around me changes, and it becomes this like beacon, you know, which I get. I mean, it's fire, right? It makes sense, but it's just a little too bright for me. So I wanted something different. So I actually made this. See the difference in this? See how much darker this is? Like, I'm okay with that. Let me your ear. Oh, perfect. There it is. We do have a quest chain here. Perfect direct assault. Let's assault.
To the south. Follow me to the undead's front door.
To the south? Why can't we go north? North is way more direct. But what do I know? I'm no general. But yeah, I don't know. I feel a little conflicted about the whole idea of them supporting Guild Wars 2. Not that I don't want them to do that. I just don't know. I guess with another game in the series, it'll probably be okay and it'll probably feel alright. But I really, like, after the third one, I'm kind of sick and tired of these mini expansions in a way. Because I feel like they don't enhance the game in the ways that I would want them to be enhanced, and it feels like a very selfish wish too. It's a very like, oh, woe is me kind of situation because, you know, who am I, right? But, you know, I don't know. So if people enjoy, I mean, I'm happy that they're supporting the game in any shape or form, that they're not giving up on it. I like that a lot. And I'm just happy that we get to play 3 Guild Wars games. Like, who would have ever thunk in 2005 that, you know, 22, 23 years later, we'd be playing 3 separate Guild Wars games, like, you know, that are completely different, that are all very massive, that are all getting supported still, that are not like fan games, that are not like spin-offs, that are not, they're like direct, like massive sequels to one another. It's kind of wild to think about all that, I think. I'm okay with that though. I like it. I'm very happy with it. Okay. All
That was
right.
easier than expected. Looks
Well,
like I spoke
you had
too
the help
soon.
of. Oh my god. You had the help of us. No. Come back here. Yeah, I'm dying.
You can't stop me.
Woo!
Gaining
Damn.
Armored up.
This guy looks really cool.
Forget the easy battle. This one, however, will not soon drop from our minds. We have justified our losses. There is no shame in sacrifice, only in failure. I feel the pale tree shiver with pride. You have done well this day.
You can feel that? That's kind of astute of you. Okay, well, anywho. We're moving on. Isn't there another event that happens in here? These people clearly know what they're doing. Is that one guild? That is one guild, I believe. Maybe? No, not even. I think there's an event down here, isn't it? Like killing the princess, pirate lady. Down here somewhere. Whee! Somewhere. I love this place, by the way. I wish they would have done more with this. I love spelunking. You guys know that. Isn't there something down here? Oh, no, it's not the hero challenge. Isn't there like a, yeah, right here. Isn't this event an event? Hello? Are you an event? You're not an event. You're just here? I guess you're just here. I guess you're just here. I guess. You can't give me an event thing. Cool. Love it. For that, you must die. Alright. Let's get the heck out of here. Whee! I can't fit through the door. Chicken! Go, magical chicken. Whee! Alright. So many really cool places in Sparkfly Fen. And there's so many really, you know, nuanced little things too that they added in here. Like these guys talk about the spirit of frog, which is really, really cool. Love the idea of having a spirit of frog. You know, and again, it kind of brings up the whole like Zintel thing. Is like Zintel the spirit of frog? Is that who they're praying to? Is that the god of the high leg? Right? Like that would make sense. You know, spirit of the wild, they're kind of revered by the Norn. Not necessarily as gods, but you know, they're these kind of very powerful figures. And then where is it here? Is it, where's the tile set? Oh, here are these tiles. We have these like really cool Mesoamerican inspired tile sets. Yeah, we see more right here. These are really cool. With like these random symbols. I mean, I don't think these are translatable. Then we have a whole jumping puzzle in this area that was never officially, like, most people don't even know that exists, which is really cool. The Nightmare Court. So a lot of really cool things in Sparkfly Fen. Even though it's one of those maps that's just like, it all kind of looks the same. If you were to see a picture, it could be anywhere.
That fits good.
Could be anywhere on this map, kind of thing, you know? I could take a picture of this and you could, like right here, I could take a picture of this and you could find 3 locations that look like that. At least. Are they only coming from one side? I think so. Right? Or... Okay, bye. Oh, no, they're coming from 2 sides. I'm ready. I'm ready to receive the courtiers and put them to death. Excuse me, guys. That's a lot there.
I'll destroy you all.
Oh, that's what you get. Sorry, not sorry. Ooh, very rare, friendly red Hylic. I actually made a short about that. Most Hylic that are friendly are usually blue or green. Yellows are sometimes friendly, sometimes not, and then orange is sometimes friendly, sometimes not, and then red are almost always evil. But I guess there's an exception here. I guess when you get attacked by a third party, you know, when you're not fighting amongst each other, and you're dealing with something like the Nightmare Court, you know, you turn to anyone for help. Anyone and everyone.
You're in trouble now.
You're in trouble now.
Adrenaline rising.
I love doing that. Whee!
Unleash. I'll destroy you all.
Let's line them up a little bit. Oh, great. Okay. I was hoping that I could hit more than just one guy.
My strength
Yeah,
fails me.
not so. Bam. Love that. One of my favorite abilities, I think, in the game is Blaze Breaker. Just the sound and the animation of it is so clean and so cool. Like just like listen to it. Oh, so cool. Really, really liking it. Oh, sorry guys. Let me put this on the side. You're in trouble now. Am I? Am I really?
Ready to unleash.
Trouble's up.
Dun, 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 dun. Don't I have combat music? I do. This is, oh no, this is just regular music. It feels like combat music, but it's not. Great music. I mean, Guild Wars has always had amazing music. Let's be real. I cannot wait to hear some of the new...
Fight for real.
Oh, you're all... No, you're not escaping. You're all gonna... Yeah. I can't wait to hear the music for Guild Wars 3. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Yeah. Bad guys. Alright, let's just look around for some more events. There's probably the troll event down here that I could do. Is that here or here? It's one of those. That always pops. Like, that pops a lot more than others, I feel like. I would love to know the average time that a lot of these have. Oh my god, they're getting killed over here. Great, someone's flying above. Good job. I love that these people are contributing in meaningful ways
Adrenaline rising.
by shooting fireballs from above. It's really, really good. Really good stuff there, you guys. Really, really pulling your weight. Ooh, let's get them.
Almost ready. Now we can fight for real.
Oh, is there like an explosion at the end? Oh, it does explode. Okay. I'm still learning a lot of Berserker here. Obviously, I don't even have to go into Berserk mode for these losers. They're all kind of weak against my power.
The undead are attacking.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks for that news flash, Jesus. Breaking news! She's standing in ruins that are like just overrun with the Risen are attacking. It's like, okay, lady, we got it. Alright. Is it right here? No. Ooh, there's an event here. No event. Why is this halfway open? Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Oh yeah, and then we have the Rune Vala. We don't know what that even is. Like, it's this platform, right? It has like a chest on it and stuff. I don't know. It's... Okay, what? Where are you going? Why are you...
Take that.
Jesus.
Now we can fight for freedom. You can't stop me.
We have that. That's another really interesting thing that we have. Is it out here? Where is these stones? Stone of Hazan. That's another really... We get these really interesting... I'm guessing they're supposed to be like Orion ruins. But this is like very far from ore, and these ruins didn't exist in Guild Wars 1. Now, whether this is an like an oversight or what, we don't really know. But yeah, we get this place right here, with this like pale tree. This is supposed to be like a pale tree lamp, I think. But like, we get this Orion runestone as well that you can kind of touch. Ancient monument reeks of corruption. The air around it is cold and vibrating with evil energy, and you touch it and you get actually like knocked back. But that's all it does, and we don't get any info on it, right? So like Sparkfly Fen has some really, really cool little details in it that were never explained, and I think they were, now that we kind of understand that the Zaitan fight was made like 3 weeks before release and stuff like that, I think it really goes to show that they had a lot more ideas about what they wanted to do with ore, and then weren't able to put that in the game, unfortunately. And I think that might also be, I don't know if they mentioned that in today's stream or not, but maybe that was also the inspiration for Guild Wars 3 to take place in ore, right? Is maybe the idea. If Guild Wars 3 will have a collector's edition, 100%. I'm 100% convinced, and you can take me at my word and you can quote me on that. ArenaNet will make a collector's edition. There's no way they're not going to do that. I don't know what's going to be in it. Is it going to be a figure in there? I don't know, whatever, but I'm 100% certain that they will indeed do a collector's edition. Hey, how are you, Skyla? Sorry, I always, when I read that, I get confused. Yeah. How are you? It's good to see you. I thought I didn't need to hear. Yeah, are you excited? The lore master? I am not. I wish I was a lore master. I know a lot about it, but there's certain things that people still beat me in for sure. So excited. Yeah, me too. I'm very, very excited. I've already made like a ton of videos, and I'm planning on a lot more. I want to do some shorts. I want to do some long form videos. I have a lot of things planned. I'm very excited. I'm very excited about the ore map we're gonna get. See what that is all about. I mean, it's cool. I'm very, very excited. Okay, I'm driving, so I can't text. Yeah, no, don't worry. Be safe. You don't have to. You're good. I know, it's really cool. I wish they made him into meta, not just a story fix. Every other story dragon is a meta. Yeah, and maybe that's what the fix is as well. I don't know what they said about today's what they said in today's stream about it. I heard they talked a lot about Zaitan, the Zaitan fight. I don't know if they're planning on having it as a meta in the new map. I don't know if they talked about the new map at all. I don't know if they talked about the new ore map at all, but I have a feeling that the new ore map will be there's going to be a video that I'm going to make on this new ore map, maybe because I wanted to do like an informative thing about ore and kind of learning with people about ore, but the problem is that we don't really, I think that's going to be kind of moot once we get that ore map. because that's gonna probably maybe invalidate some of the info on that in that video. Not necessarily in a bad way, but just kind of clarify it to the point where we understand it, how Guild Wars 3 really works and how the lore is there and whatever. But I think there's going to be a video that I want to make on like making some theories and predictions on what we could see in this new map, because I think there's going to be some really cool stuff, and I think we're going to maybe see a meta fight with like Zaitan or something like that. Maybe they're going to try to do I have like kind of a little bit of an idea there as well. So and what races we will have. Yeah, I did a little bit of a prediction there. I think it's pretty obvious that we have at least have human, Asura, and Kodan available to us. So we'll have those races. If we're gonna see Sylvari, there is a possibility we could see Sylvari, maybe in an expansion. Doesn't have to be a core. I think ArenaNet is also planning, because one of the more demanded things that ArenaNet received from people was the idea of playable races after the release. So I feel like maybe ArenaNet is going to settle on like 5 races for core game, but then later on maybe do some expansions with other playable races, and I could definitely see Sylvari in that. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how all that plays out, because we don't really know anything. You exist. Hi Mish, how are you? But yeah, there's a lot of videos that I would like to do. We were just discussing actually today on the Discord about the you know, the ore video that I want to do and stuff. So that was one of the things. Okay, let's defeat this Risen Juggernaut. Hello, come on. They look really cool. These are some of the coolest designed enemies, I think. The Risen overall look really cool. But I think the Juggernauts, the flying guys, they're really cool. So definitely love these guys. Oh god. Okay. Let's just do... Okay, I forgot about that. Those fire fields do a ton of damage. Hold on, let me do this. I want to focus on this real quick, you guys. I'm sorry.
You can't stop me.
You can't stop me.
Still
Oh.
standing. Barely.
Yeah. You want to keep blocking? That's fine.
That looks valuable.
Ooh, yeah.
I've had enough.
And then you can actually go in here. We don't know whose tomb this was, but again, there's like really cool lore in Sparkfly Fen. Sparkfly Fen has some really cool tidbits. Like, this has never been explored. This seal, like these seal guardians kind of talk about how there's some evil locked away and then we defeat it, and never get any info on it. I got a feeling since it's Unreal Engine 5, Guild Wars 2 is going to launch with fewer races than we're used to, but emphasizing them a bit more, make the choice me more, and then Guild Wars 3 will have races being an expansion feature. I mean, maybe they're going to just do 3, right? Like, Human, Asura, and Kodan, but I feel like they're going to upset the balance a little bit, because I think there is a certain set of expectations that people have, and I think if they just spread it between those 3, maybe they have like a 4th one that they're kind of keeping in their back pocket until they want to, you know, to hype some more, you know. So let's say we start with 4, and then, you know, I don't know. I feel like they need to be careful, because if they only do those 3, I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, you know, I don't want to play that or that, you know. Because I think the player base in Guild Wars 2 is very spread amongst the races. Not very evenly, I don't think. I mean, I think like Human is still like top dog, but I think it's still very, you know, in demand to have these. Where are you? I know you're here.
Destroy you all. For great justice. great justice.
Oh yeah, baby. Where is he?
For great justice.
Nice. I think it'll be 4, Conan and Dwarf, where lots of people say there's been hints at Tengu in concept art and Tapestry in the trailer. Really? Tengu? That would be interesting. Is that in the Tapestry? Actually? Hold on. Let me pull up the Tapestry. We can look at it together. I don't have like a picture, but I do have the trailer. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up here for everyone, so we can kind. Cause I'm curious to see. Where is it? I have too much shit in here. Where is it? Oh my god, I've been doing. There it is. I really do love how much longer Berserker lasts for that release spec now. Yeah, it feels really, really good, doesn't it? All right, I'm gonna turn off the sound here. Let me see if you guys can see it. You guys cannot see it. A specified way. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, you guys can see it. All right, let's pull it up. Oh, maybe not over my head. That would be great. Okay. Let's slowly get it. There we go. Oh, no. Let's kind of hide that a little bit. All right, let's look at the... in the bottom right corner, the 4 traveling along, one of them is hooded and looks beak-like. Okay. I mean, you said lots of hints. Oh, no. You said lots of people. I need to read better. I need to get my reading comprehension on. Lots of people. Think that. So now we know, now that we see this here, right? This is another really cool... ooh, just, how do I... There was a way to, like, go... No. How do I go... No, not loop, not audio delay. There's a way to go frame by frame. There's a way to go frame by frame. I'm trying to go frame by frame. Hold on, let me E. E? Is that really E? Next frame. Oh, it's next frame. Okay. Okay. So this is really cool. We can look at the concept art in a minute too, but like, so we have confirmation that this is Gren. Right, so Colin did confirm that the game does take place shortly after one of the gods had been usurped, right? And we obviously can see there's 6. Abaddon is still here, right? So this is not like after the exodus of the gods or anything like that. And that would place it way after 1,000 years as well. You know, this wouldn't be 1,000 years before. So this is Grenth, right? And again, it kind of feels very interesting that he's it feels, is it just me that he feels a little highlighted in this? Let me move this. Why is it like this? You guys can't even see it at all. There we go. That's a lot better. It feels kind of weird that he's kind of a little highlighted, right? Like he feels a little, oh, because I changed the aspect ratio of this accidentally. I didn't mean to. Doom. It's not Doom. So we have confirmation that this is not Doom, because this is Colin Johansson did confirm that this does take place shortly after one of the gods had been disposed and like usurped, which is, you know, the only time that we know that this has happened is with Grenth overtaking Doom, and then you know, later on Abaddon getting where it came from finally. Yeah, more info on that. where the humans came from, I think is going to be very important. I think one of the things that a lot of people also miss as well is the idea that we might see a lot more of the elder races, right? You got to remember, this is a long time ago, and this could even take place maybe before the fall of the Jotun, because I don't think we have a specific timeline on when that happened. Maybe we'll get more info on that specifically as well, but we could see, I mean, I talked in the short, I talked about the Forgotten, right? We can definitely see the Forgotten in Ore, right? They have a huge connection to the human gods, to the point where in Visions of Eternity, the seers actually question this religion that the Forgotten have, like praise, like how they are so dedicated to the human gods, and what, you know, and they ridicule it a little bit, and they talk about, like, you know, why are they following these like gods, these human gods? It's kind of weird, you know. So we could definitely see those. We can see, you know, we're gonna see Coden, we're gonna see probably dwarves, right? Dwarves and humans had a really great relationship, right? In this is highlighted in Guild Wars 1 a lot, that they have a good relationship. So it could be that certainly we're gonna see some dwarves, right? So seeing the elder races a little bit more in their time, you know, we're gonna see maybe some more seers, maybe Orhats, you know, maybe some of the you know, the seers survived and lived on Ore, and then, you know, maybe found refuge there, but then with the cataclysm died as well. Like, we don't know those things, right? So nothing on Doom forever. I mean, that's not true. We could still get things on Doom. I mean, there could still be you know, there's still other possibilities of us dealing with Doom, right? Who works in the business for cinematics. In fact, it looks like Renth and Lissa are kind of highlighted, so I think internet is focus on them. Both of these, well, it's because there's like a light beam that goes straight across here. You can kind of see that. There's like a light beam that goes straight across. It's very interesting, but yeah, it kind of feels like both of these are, you know, like, when you look at Melandra and Balthazar over here, or even Doom and Dwayne, they don't feel as important. It's very interesting. Okay, why are you being like this? Why are you like this? Let's look at the Tengu thing though. So right here, okay, that's one. So they're saying this is hooded and looks like a beak. I don't see it. I really, really don't see it. I don't know if there's a way for me to zoom in on it. Is there a way to zoom in on VLC? I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I would love to just zoom in, but I don't know. This doesn't look very Tengu to me. Like, a Tengu would not sit on... A Tengu would not sit on a creature like that. I wouldn't be riding a creature like that. I don't think they would, because they're a lot more hunched over, and I think the beaks would be a lot more pronounced. So I don't see that at all. Is there any other hints? I don't think I see any other hints there. These are just random warriors, random wizard guy over here. Again, the emphasis that I see that a lot of people are not talking about. So now half my hype died for... I wouldn't be... I don't know. I mean, we might not see Doom, but I wouldn't... I don't know. I don't know why Doom would be really interesting anyways. I mean, I don't know. I feel like just having the gods in the story... I feel like maybe seeing more of Abaddon, and maybe seeing a lot more of the change there, where he's, you know, because this is before the gods fought Abaddon, right? Like, I'm excited for that. Maybe seeing more of the strife that's building there between them. But another emphasis, again, is on the celestial bodies. And I just talked about that a little bit earlier. You know, I do have my theory out there, and whether or not my theory is correct, like I said, I think one thing that really bothers me, and I don't know if anyone has realized this, and this even in the tapestry shows, this star is not in the middle of that galaxy or whatever that's supposed to be, and it drives me crazy every time I see it. I'm like, why is that not in the center of that? But anyways, but there's an emphasis on the stars, celestial bodies, right? We see the sun, the moon, the stars all around, you know. Again, this is very like, you know, could this be a map of the mists kind of thing with Tyria at the center? And because the humans, you know, were maybe these arrogant, you know, kind of people, maybe they thought they were above the rest of everyone else or whatever, because they were, you know, guided by the gods or whatever, and they were like these chosen people, right? Like maybe they thought they were the center of the universe, right? And so maybe that's like everything rotates around Or, like that's kind of what it's depicting here, right? With the gods overseeing Or, Ara, right? Like things like that, you know. There's a little bit of that. Because we totally nothing and really we won't. Yeah, I mean, I guess we won't. One thing I love is in WoW compared to Game of Thrones, God's creators of universe. Yeah, but I think we will get a little bit more on that too. I think we'll learn a lot more about the gods. I think ArenaNet, like I said, and this is something that I have talked about a lot in the recent years, was really the idea that ArenaNet is leaning or listening to the player base a lot more, right? This is something that ArenaNet has done for the last couple of years. They've really sat down and they really were like, you know what, we really need to listen to our player base, and we really need to listen to the good feedback that people are giving us and the criticisms that are you know, valid and doable for us, and kind of work on that. And I think one of the things that has over and over and over again been demanded by people is to learn more about the gods and have the gods return to the story. So I think ArenaNet, instead of having them return to the story of Guild Wars 2, maybe they will have that in the future. Who knows, right? This could still be happening in the future, and we could still find out things about Doom and their history, right? Even in Guild Wars 2. But I think that they, you know, they listen to that and they're like, you know what, let's do more of the origin of the gods, and let's talk about more of the origin of the humans and things like that, in conjunction with the gods. I think that would be more interesting for the people, and I think that would be something that a lot more people want to know about, and that would really go well with the setting of Or that we're going to, you know. On the bottom middle of the tapestry, this right here, yeah, I was thinking about that, right? Is this like a known symbol or something? I don't it doesn't strike me as anything I've seen before. This is not a symbol that I've seen before, right? Like I go through some of the flags in my mind and some of the things. There's also, can someone point out so I pointed out the galaxy that I see, right? There's one more thing that jumps out at me that I don't know if it's significant in any shape or form. Kind of looks like a lion, but also, or a dragon face. I see the lion. I don't know if I see the dragon face. I do see the lion though. I see what you're saying with the lion. Like you're talking about, like this is like kind of the cheeks of the lion or something, right? And then like, I don't know, it's kind of weird because up here this looks like horns to me, and then this looks like a hat, you know, and then this is like maybe a face or something. So maybe this is some kind of celestial being, right? And these could be like arms or like a flowy dress or something. I don't know. It could be anything. It could be nothing, right? I don't know. But there's one more thing. It's a char. It kind of does look like a char. I could see that. There's one more thing on this tapestry. I wonder if one of you guys can point it out. I wonder if one of you guys can point out one of the things that I find curious. Again, it goes into something that I talked about earlier. It could just be random. Again, this tapestry could have no meaning whatsoever. This could just be there for, you know, whatever, for fun. I think this tapestry is important. I think this, because when we look at the logo for Guild Wars 3, right, and I talk about that, we talk about how I talked about how this looks more like a storybook, right? The 3 is written in, when you look at something from, old cartoons, how they wrote like the stories, right? And they have that first letter that's like really stylized and it's like a capitalized or whatever. That's what the 3 reminds me of. So the whole idea reminds me of like a storybook, and the way it was narrated, it sounds like someone is telling the story, right? And they're using this tapestry to tell the story of Guild Wars 3, right? So I feel like this kind of maybe shows the story of Guild Wars 3, or at least the setting of Guild Wars 3 and like what we're gonna deal with, right? And that's really cool to me. I really, really love that, because it almost feels like we're getting a prequel story, but we're also getting it told in this way of where the narrative is almost like, let me tell you a story about something from the past. Looks like Lissa is holding those banners. Yeah, she is holding, she has some kind of like ribbony thing that she's holding, right? Which I think is kind of, I guess that goes, she's depicted many times like that, where she has these, it has to do with like performance and dancing, right? This is like I'm sure there's a name for it, but like these shawls or scarves or whatever that dancers have, I'm thinking of like, like Middle Eastern dancing or whatever, I feel like, or maybe like Asian, that kind of oriental, little bit kind of dancing, but literally called ribbon dancing. Interesting. Yeah, but that's, it has to do with Lissa being the patron goddess of the arts too, right? Like she's kind of part of that too. What I find really cool is also like the way the gods are portrayed here feels very, it's very different, right? In the way that they're portrayed. I feel like Dwayna, for example. Dwayna's always portrayed with wings, but she has like a spear or like a staff and a shield on her hand here. So it's kind of cool because it's almost like a warrior, right? She looks more like a warrior than Balthazar does, which is very interesting. We can finally get a proper dervish. Maybe. I mean, if we have playable races, why would the Coden be dervishes? Right? Like, we got to think about that too. We have other playable races beside humans. But it could, I mean, if they twist it to the point where maybe they could have dervishes just because the story takes place in Ur, and you could have like Coden be followers of the gods, that could still be, dervishes in Guild Wars 1 were, always about like, oh, it's because, they follow the human gods and that's what they believe in, right? And they're always called the human gods, right? But we don't know how this actually was back in Ur, back in Aram. Then Revenant? That would be interesting. It's going to be really cool to see what the interaction with the gods are. We got Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 Legends and Guild Wars 3. I don't know, Revenant is always about channeling present or past heroes. So again, I don't know if Revenant is something that we will see. I feel like I feel, in my opinion, and the more I think about it, the more I feel like that's kind of what I'm settling on, is it feels to me like ArenaNet, because they want to make it feel different from Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1, right? And I feel like, I don't know, because they talk about how they want to do build crafting that, is comparatively to Guild Wars 1, right? But maybe ArenaNet is going to lean, and again, I'm just throwing this out. Obviously, there could be you know, they could go any way, any shape or form they want to do it, but maybe go like with the Souls-like approach, where in Souls games you can pretty much with any character make any class, and you can mix and match any abilities. It's all just based on your attributes and how you allocate your attributes, right? And so you can kind of create your own class in Souls games, right? You take things like Lords of the Fallen or Lies of P or you know, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, you know, any of those. You can create kind of like your own class just based on whatever attributes you take, right? And so I feel like maybe they want to lean more into that, right? Where you have this build crafting where you can freely change your points whenever you want to, which is not, no Souls like has done that, where you can just freely change your points. You always have to either have an item or you have to like go somewhere specific. But if they keep the whole like, okay, I'm just gonna change my class on the fly by allocating my points differently, and then now I can equip these other things, or I can use these other spells or something, and you can create like your own thing, giving you the ability to create any class you want, right? Like maybe something like that. I don't know. I really don't want a classless system. Sorry, I do want to choose my class in character creation. I like that more. Which is not... Revenant and Guild Wars 3 could literally channel the gods. There's an idea. So then we get like the middle of the road, right? We don't get a dervish, but we get a revenant that channels the gods, or a character that channels the cat. But then and then if they do it in a way to embrace Guild Wars 1 and old skills, way they quickly change and go where we go around collecting skills and building out the class we choose, that would be perfect. Yeah, but I don't know. Again, the idea, I would still like the thought that we can change our class too. Like that's something that Guild Wars 1 never did, and that's something that Guild Wars 2 never did, is changing your core class, right? Like that. I would like to be able to do that. I would like to say, hey, this character, I know I built this character as a ranger the whole time, and I've been going around with a bow and arrows and shooting people, but now I want to do more thief-like gameplay, and I want to be able to equip dual daggers and do more sneak attacks and things like that, and just change that on a whim, right? That's kind of where I'm trying to go with. They could still have it, so they could have a... How about taking something like Kingdoms of Amalur, okay? Reckoning. Where in that, based on, and hear me out. So how about they reverse the two things? Oops, sorry guys. How about they reverse the two things? Instead of picking a class and then choosing your attribute points and adding attribute points into it, right? How about based on your attributes is the class that you get? Because that's kind of how Kingdoms of Amalur does it. Based on how you allocate your points, you get assigned a specific class, and that becomes your fate, right? Like that's how they have it in that game. And then that way you have still a class system, because you still pretty much pick a class in that sense, but you have to like build into it. And that's what the skill collection could come into, right? So you build your class based on the points that the attribute points that you put into the system, but then you have to find the skills out in the world. So even if I want to say, hey, I've been going around collecting all these ranger skills out in the world, and I've built this ranger build for myself, I now want to switch to an elementalist or a mage or, you know, whatever, Mesmer, right? Let's go with Mesmer, a very unique Guild Wars class, right? So I want to do a Mesmer. So you put a bunch of points into like intelligence or whatever, right? And you build the illusionist, right? They could have, and they could have like the point attributions being different kinds of magic, for example, right? They could say like the more points you put into nature magic and bows, that makes you a ranger if you put the points into those two attributes. They could have a list of like 20 different attributes that you could put points into, and really have you, you know, fill your class in specific ways depending on which lines you fill out, right, and put points into. But then you have to, once you decide to switch your class, you actually have to go back around the world and find skills for that class that are then usable, that need to be that need to have a specific set of attributes to be able to be used, and so they become automatically these class skills because you have to have attribute points in that trade line, in that attribute line, in order to use them. I don't know. I'm just, they do mention skill collection in the blurb. It's right on the Steam page, so they want people to take note of it. You start as a Veil Warden and you choose your class based on your actions and your gameplay, what you like doing. Yeah, like that it could work. Make something like being a warrior. You can still have a ranger pet as well if you build out your character right. Yeah, so you could say, like, you know, kind of combine the idea of dual classing. So I could say, well, I want to be a warrior, so I'm going to put points into heavy armor, swordsmanship, you know, and put, you know, and maybe shields or something, right? And really go with the warrior fantasy of having a sword and shield. And then you, as you get more points and as you collect more skills around the world, you then say, well, I get all these skills, like these pet skills, right? And I like maybe unlocked these different pets or something that I found out in the world. What can I do with them, right? And so you can start then allocating more points towards pet mastery, right? Or like beast mastery or whatever, right? Beast mastery is what it's called. So beast mastery, and you put points into that. And then you can say, oh, okay, well, I'm a warrior that can utilize pets still, right? But like my main abilities are warrior based, and then that's kind of what I am. Is you know, I'm you know, my you know, and again, they can kind of do the same thing that, you know, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning did, where depending on your point allocation, you get a specific fate, right? And so you're then named like a Beastmaster or a I don't know, like a heavy armored pet class guy, right? And you come up, there's a specific name for that or whatever, right? And you could have that, and you could still Seeker, right? Or, oh, no, okay. Instead of going, could make something like being a warrior. That would mean, instead of going out taming a pet, you can just tame your Seeker, the mount into a battle-ready version of that fights by your side, and you get to choose its form. That would be kind of cool. Or maybe have it like, where you have like, I don't know, let's say, you know, we talk about spirits, right? And we talk about the great spirits. Maybe the great spirits, maybe part of that is like the spirits of the wild. And you find shrines around that are dedicated to the different spirits of the wild, right? And so you have like a little shrine that's just like a wolf shrine, and you go pray to it, and now your Seeker pet can now take the form of wolf, and you have now unlocked the wolf form for it, right? And they could do that with a bunch of these different creatures, right? Or whatever, right? Or you pray to these, you know, whatever great spirits they are, and they're all like different forms of animals, and based on that you can kind of unlock these. And that would be kind of cool. But I would really like for them to give us they talk about the build crafting and the skill collection, which is fine. I like that idea, because I think they're taking, again, I think they're kind of cherry picking the best things from Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. And I think one of the things that a lot of people really, really enjoyed, and I think probably ArenaNet agrees, and they probably sat down and they were like, what do we want to do with Guild Wars 3? One of the things probably was, hey, you know, I loved going around getting elite skills, because it made them feel so much more special and so much more impactful to my build, because I had to go acquire that, right? I had to go around and I had to go find that. And so I think that they wanted to take that, and they wanted to take the build crafting from Guild Wars 1 as well, which is a huge thing, right? The dual classing, the mix and match anything together and put any skills together and just come up with your own thing, which I've done many times myself. You know, even on the channel, you guys have seen that. And so that they want to kind of preserve, but I hate the idea of being locked into a class, because I feel like that takes a little bit away from that. So I would, you know, if they have you choose a class in the beginning and you can't change it and you're kind of set in that, I wouldn't be mad at it, but I would love to see something where it's not necessarily where you do start classless, but you do work towards getting into a specific class. Because it also, when we think about the world of Guild Wars, right, and we talk a little bit about, you know, the timeline of things, it's very interesting because the evolution, just 250 years between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, you can see a huge evolution in the way that the classes are and the way that, you know, classing works. They don't talk about it in the world of Guild Wars, but you can see a change of how it is, right? And that's just based on the game systems and you know, how the games were created and stuff like that. But, you know, if we go then 1,000 years in the past, could it be that back then classes weren't so, like, you're set in the way of the classes? Like, that was still the time when they were coming up with classes? And so the most powerful classes that kind of got, you know, set in stone, you know, like Mesmer, for example, were the people that leaned into the, like, you know, purple illusion magic, that kind of mind magic or whatever, right? And it's just kind of like, those were the most prevalent ones, and then that is what stayed throughout the ages into Guild Wars 1 and kind of solidified as the main classes. Like, more people specialized into those throughout the years, and then that's kind of what it became back then. But maybe we're the progenitors of that class system, and we have to create these classes ourselves, and we have, you know, we start out classless, but we are actually the creators of the class system of the Guild Wars universe in that way, right? I mean, they just have to make it interesting. You know what I mean? I think when we think of, and I agree with you, Mish, when we think of like classless system, it feels kind of boring. It feels uninspired, right? It feels kind of like the developers of a game that has a classless system is kind of like, well, you know, we didn't really know what we wanted to decide on, so we wanted to give the people the ability to do whatever, right? But I think ArenaNet is one of those that they want to innovate on things that already exist, right? And we know that ArenaNet loves to innovate, and they love to sit down and they love to talk about just changing things at like a fundamental level. And I feel like something taking ideas from something super successful like Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, which was a very successful game, and something like Elden Ring, which was super successful, right? And kind of, you know, and the Souls, like how the Souls, like, you know, genre has really taken off, and maybe taking a lot of these ideas and kind of making it Guild Wars is what ArenaNet is really all about, you know? Yeah, honestly, you've changed my mind. Lots of games these days don't like to lock you in. Feels better to just be able to switch and do what you want. Feels good. Final Fantasy XIV does it. ESO now has a hybrid class system. And that's kind of the thing. And that would, you know, that would set Guild Wars 3 apart, right? We also got to consider that they want to make Guild Wars 3 feel unique, because they don't want to have, because let's say ArenaNet decides, okay, we're going to do 8 classes and we're going to do these classes, and they feel very similar to, like, they play like Guild Wars 2 in the way that the movement is and the dodging is and like stuff like that, right? And it's like, you know, if you guys see me play Guild Wars 2, I do it in action camera. So, you know, if it feels like playing Guild Wars 2 in action camera, but we have the classes from Guild Wars 1 and we have like the dual system, then it's kind of, there's nothing unique about it, right? Because then you can say, well, I can play Guild Wars 1 if I want to play the dual class system, and I can play Guild Wars 2 if I want to, you know, which is already an established game that has 14 years of content, if I want to play the action combat, right? Like, they want to make it fill into the, like, make their own niche with it, right? And so they have to think about how to fundamentally change it while still making it feel Guild Wars, and taking the things that are Guild Wars, like the Mesmer class and the dual classing and like the build crafting and the skill collection, those things, you know. The 4 characters that show off in the trailer do have unique armor, especially if you compare the male and female. which is nice. I still think the female in the trailer is dwarven. We'll stick by that. She does look a little dwarven, right? Like she looks like she's almost, no, it's a little bit further down. You're talking about the one that sits down? It was after here? It was after this? Oh my goodness. It is after this. Her right there? Is that who you're talking about? Is that a female? It could be a guy too. I don't know. He's clearly taller than Asura though. And she doesn't have the statue of a dwarf. So I don't know. To me, she looks distinctly Canthan. With the black hair and the very, very fair white skin like that. She ain't that much taller. I feel the combat is going to be more intense and actiony with the fact that we can wall run. Yeah, I think the combat is probably, and I don't know, I'm throwing this out, but again, I talk a little bit about Elden Ring. I think it's going to be a mixture of like Elden Ring and Breath of the Wild. I think it's going to be kind of a mixture of those. Again, leaning on things that are very, very popular and that have really worked in an open world game, but making it uniquely theirs, right? Because if they do like a Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring hybrid, right, of like, because the thing with Breath of the Wild, for example, they didn't have dodging as much. There was more like parrying, right? That was like kind of a thing. But then in Elden Ring, or like anything that's Souls, like I said Elden Ring because it's an open world game, right? So Elden Ring had like dodging, right? Which is a very important mechanic in Guild Wars 2, and probably something that they want to keep in Guild Wars 3, which, you know, with the way that the movement works and having, you know, it be an action combat, I think having dodging and stuff is going to be very important. So I feel like making a hybrid of that with like a Guild Wars 1 skill build system kind of, I feel like would probably work really, really well. I think you know, we got to keep in mind, because Colin also said that they took the they build it from the ground up, you know, considering the console gaming and the controller, right? So we're going to be able to play it with a controller on PC, which I probably will be doing depending on how, if it works like a Souls-like game, you know, or like the one game that I always think about, I think dodging will evolve. We'll probably be able to do power slides, probably slide under bigger enemies. Probably, I could definitely see ArenaNet doing something like that. But the one game that I always think of is actually a very recent one that I did on the channel, which is Kena Bridge of Spirits, right? Again, the ideas there, it's a very popular game that is now getting a sequel as well. And again, ArenaNet is probably looking at other games that in more recent memory are in that same kind of direction that they're looking for, and seeing what worked in those games and taking inspiration from those games, which is not a bad thing to do, right? Like I think that's very smart to do, to go with things that have worked. But Kena Bridge of Spirits is almost Souls-like in the way that it works. And I think with the way that it's like nature-based and spirit-based and stuff like that, I think they're going to take a lot of inspiration maybe from that as well. So we can kind of look at those. I think those are going to be some of the influences that we're going to see, right? I think we're going to see like a Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, which is pretty much the same in the way that the combat works, and like Kena Bridge of Spirits, like just an amalgamation of all of those together with like a Guild Wars class system and stuff. Like I feel I that's what I'm feeling, right? That's what I'm kind of thinking we're gonna see, which is gonna be really, really cool. We have the pale tree there, and even this, like even that creature, doesn't that look like the spirit from Kena Bridge of Spirits? Why am I looking for images and then it's giving me... I'm getting attacked by something right now. It's very interesting. I want to find... I'm probably gonna die. I don't know what it's called. What this creature is called. Oh my god, get out of here. Do we know what that creature is called in Kena Bridge of Spirits? Okay, do we really... Really? I'm getting attacked by a raptor? Hold on, you guys. Let's go in the log screen here. I'm gonna listen to that music. I want to find like a really good rendition of that creature because I can guarantee you. Oh, that's what it's called, the Rot God. That's what it was called. See, I can't retain that in my brain. Okay. Well, if we can see. Okay. You know what? Oh. Let's actually just look up. Appa? Oh my god. I just know it's Oompa. Where did you get Oompa from? Did it autocorrect to Oompa? That's really funny. Hold on, I will get rid of this image, but I do want to show you guys. So this is Shirako, who has 2 million subscribers. I don't think I need to give him a shout out. He's clearly doing better than I am, so. Okay, why is it low? Oh, because I'm streaming, so this is never gonna load. Give me low quality, I don't care, dude. Do we get to see this creature fly at the end or something? Yeah, so I mean, we get to see it a little bit. Do we get to see it a little bit more? Like, it even flies around. It even has blue magic that it uses, right? Like, look at that. Doesn't that look just like it? It uses blue magic. It flies around. It has to do with spirits, right? You cannot tell me that that is not that the creatures... Oops. Oh, God. That creature in Guild Wars 2 isn't inspired by this, right? Like, that is 100% inspired by that. Like, hands down, I think that that these guys are inspired by that. I really think so, right? They fly around with blue magic. They're nature spirits, and you know, they look very writable. So, with us in the sequels trailer with great freaking continuity. I love that it is literally the creature with us in the sequels trailer. With great freaking continuity. Oh, you mean like in Kena 2? Is that what you're talking about? What is this? What do you want? Who is this? I don't know who you are. The amount of like spam friend requests that I get on Steam or on Discord is insane. So which art are people seeing Tengu in? There's no art that shows Tengu in any shape or form. Okay? Not trying to be an asshole. Not trying to be an asshole. Really not. But like... Look at something like this, right? Coden. Clearly a northern Coden, an ice bear friend. Same with this guy. Human, 100%. You can see that there. Asura. Definitely human from Cantha. Canthan human. The archer, bottom left of this image? Or are you talking about the tapestry? What are you talking about? Bottom left of what? No, the image of the oh. You're talking about that art. I don't think I have that. Let me find that. I don't have that. Okay, so let's look at it. Because I mean, I'm not against Tengu. I just don't see it. I know people want Tengu, but I just don't see it. I see it as an expansion class. I could definitely see it as an expansion class. Or, you know, whatever. Oh, it's not even in the kit? It's not in the kit. Really? I thought it was in the kit. It's not. Where is the... Where can I find that image? Does anyone have that image? It's not... Is it in the actual press kit? Or asset kit? Didn't I download that asset kit already? I guess I didn't. I did. Oh, I did. Yeah. Is it in here? Concept art. God damn it, please give us Tango and Goshen. Can't find. Wait a minute. IGN interview Guild Wars 3. It was on the interview. I know it was there. Who is this? Is this IGN? This is IGN. Okay. Yeah, interruptions because I'm streaming. After the official trailer? Oh, really? The Guild Wars 3 trailer? Guild Wars 3 trailer? Do they have that in the announcement trailer? No, they use a different art at the end of that trailer. But I do have IGN's interview where they did post that image. Didn't they post that image on there? Yes. Yes, they did. I have it. I have it right here. I found it, you guys. Oh my god, why is it so loud? I did not want that to be so loud. Oh my god, I have so many things here. Hold on, let me, yes. Yes. Ta-da! Alright, we'll move it over so we can look at the guy. The Archer guy. None of this, I'm gonna be honest, none of that looks like a Tengu to me. There's nothing that looks like a Tengu to me there. There's a guy falling in the background, which I never noticed, which is really funny. But that doesn't look... Is it because of the ears? This coming off? I mean, that's just like kind of the helmet that we have in... If we have a helmet like that in Guild Wars 2. Is it because this looks like a beak here? Look at it. I mean, this doesn't look like Tengu at all. Like, I don't know if I'm just ignorant, but like when I look at Tengu, I don't... It doesn't scream Tengu to me though, like at all. Okay, maybe with the ears. I guess I could see it with the ears. But again, it's concept art too. And we know that Keke has done a lot of art that is not even relevant to like Keke has done a lot of art about a lot of things that didn't make it into the game, and that is a Keke art piece. So I don't know if I would consider that any confirmation. I don't think, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't think we have enough. That looks like Batman. I could see that. You know what? I could see that. It looks more like my character. Hold on, let me pull him up. Right here. See, doesn't that look like my character? That could be like from the side. Hey Ark, how are you? Welcome in, you guys. We're just discussing the trailer and we're just discussing the possibility of what classes we could see and what races we could see. Tengus are known. Ain't hinting at that for sure, man. I've always said people show off stuff for a reason though. But yeah, but again, I don't know. Look at all of Keke's art that he has done for Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2. Right? There's so many, like, okay, so I'm gonna take what you're saying and I'm gonna turn it up a notch. Okay, so when we look at that art, what else do we see? What's the centerpiece? That's a warden in the middle. 100% a warden. That guy that's in the middle of, like, right in the middle of that art is a warden. No doubt. The way that he looks is like 100% warden. So is that confirmation that we're gonna have wardens in the game as enemies? I mean, I wouldn't think so at all, actually. Confirms my theory. Well, no, I first of all, I didn't confirm your theory at all. I said it's a possibility and it's a friend of a friend situation, friend of a developer kind of situation. But, you know, it's plausible, right? Because when we think about it, you know, what could that strange tower be? And then you said, well, I was told it's, you know, a pale tree. And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I like that. Cool, whatever, right? You know, that's to me a little bit more than here's a piece of art of a character that has weird ears and a beak-like helmet. Like, that's not, I don't know. Like, and that's the thing. Tengu are also not known to wear helmets. We've never seen Tengu wear helmets. So is it all of a sudden that they now in Guild Wars 3 wear helmets? Right? I don't know. It's just, it feels a little out there. It feels a little like we're grasping at straws, maybe a little bit. Maybe we're really just so wishful of having the Tengu in any of the Guild Wars games that we can play that we really just want to make that happen. They made it wear a helmet. I don't want to. They don't. No, that is not how Keke works though in his art. Like he doesn't work around, oh, I want to kind of show this off. No, he gets this inspiration about, like, you know, they tell him this is what the game is about and he draws characters, right? Like I don't know if we would really want to read too much into what one random character, like, on the, I don't know. I feel like that's a little I think that's a lot of wishful thinking. If they have Tengu in the game, it would be interesting. I just don't see why. Right? Like, why would Tengu be an ore? Right? We don't see any Risen Tengu in Zaitan's army. So again, I don't know. Is that something? I don't know. Conspiracy theories exist for a reason. It's mostly based on reality. Okay. All right, Mesh. Drinking a little too much of the Kool-Aid there. But, you know, so give me a reason why Tengu are in the game. Why would they be in the game? Why would they be in ORM? No, you know, I know what you're talking about. I know that but the thing is, like, we do see the races that, like, Zaitan, we do know for a fact that Zaitan took over the corpses of the Orions. We know this for a fact, right? Because a lot of the Orient, or a lot of the later on when we're on Or, a lot of the bosses and a lot of the enemies that we fight, right? Like, those are all known residents of Or, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, if Tengu existed there, like, why didn't we see that, right? Obviously, there's also the thing with, can they retcon? Like, is it possible for them to retcon that, right? Because the thing is that obviously they didn't think about Guild Wars 3 when making Guild Wars 2. Especially core Guild Wars 2, which was like God knows how many years ago. So, I don't know. Maybe Doros, Tengu, and Ko didn't get the fuck out of there before Zaitan shit happened. What do you mean before Zaitan shit happened? Before the Cataclysm? Which had nothing to do with Zaitan? Remember, the Cataclysm had nothing to do. The Cataclysm had to do with the war between the Char invading the human territories and them approaching Ara, and the humans of Or were desperate, and so in his corrupted mind, the Vizier took it upon himself to read the Forbidden Scrolls, you know, probably having been corrupted by Abaddon, and sinking Or and getting the revenge, you know, Abaddon getting the revenge on, you know, the Orients following the human gods, you know. I think Arena things thought more about than what people realize. I mean, I don't know. I like to think that way too, and that's why I do the theories that I do. But remember, many of my theories are oftentimes very wrong. Okay, and that's because I give ArenaNet too much credit, and I think they think about things more. I think that having a random piece of art from an artist that probably doesn't even know all the details about the game, confirming that Tengu are in the game, seems a little like, unless we get something else that looks feathery or that looks Tengu in a very specific way, I wouldn't read too much into it. And I'm not trying to be like a negative Nancy or a pessimist, but it's also about like tempering your expectations a little bit. I'm new here. Any tips for the game? Well, that depends. Take your time. My number one tip is take your time. It depends on what you're looking for in the game, but I would definitely take my time. Guild Wars 2 is very different from other MMOs and from other games that you might have played in the past. So I would definitely take my time, go through the core game, learn your class, do not boost. Do not use your level 80 booster if you bought an expansion, whatever. Do not use your level 80 booster. Go through the game naturally. Really level up your character, really learn to dodge. It's very, very important to learn to dodge, because many times you'll face enemies and just face tanking them doesn't work. So you have to be aware of your environment and your movement, and one of the key things is being able to know when to dodge and kind of getting a mastery on that. Really learning your class. Learning your class, I will tell you guys, is so much more important in Guild Wars 2 than just looking up a build that someone posted online and saying, here, press these buttons in that rotation. Because if you don't know what the buttons do, you're just as useless as, because as soon as something throws off that rotation, you don't know what to do at that point, right? So it's important to know your class, 100%. Which I started 2 days back. Of course, my one message I'm trying to say didn't go through. Guild Wars 3 takes place way before all of this. Is what I'm saying is, saying Tango Dwarfs, Conan, and Guild Wars 3 probably left before that stuff happened. I don't know why it's confusing on my meaning. Easier to understand if I was in voice chat. No, I get that now that you explained it. I see what you're saying. It's just because you said the Zaitan thing, so that's why I didn't understand. I was like, Zaitan had nothing to do with that, but I see what you're saying. They had left maybe they left around the time of the Exodus of the gods, right? Like maybe all of those races, the Tengu, the Kodan, the dwarves, the Sura, like all of those left when the human gods left Ara and Or, and they were like, oh, you know what? You guys aren't the chosen people anymore. We're leaving. Right? Maybe there was like not just an exodus of the gods, but also an exodus of other races from around. Okay, dodge. I'm level 22. What are you playing? What's the class you're playing? Arc. As you can see, I have all of the classes. So whatever class you want, I have a character for that. These guys look so similar too. Very interesting. I try to do unique fashion, because sometimes when I see people that have like the same look on all their characters, like I saw my sister's account yesterday and she has like 3 characters that all look the same out of 5, and I was like, why do they all look the same? Why can't you make a unique one? They're like, hell no, we're out. Other than all those convo though, I love the Balthazar. Yeah, the Balthazar statue is pretty cool. It's very cool that they have... One thing that I really like about it is they have people like at the bottom of the statue giving you a little bit of like a perspective, as well as like a size. Like you can actually see the size difference. You can see how massive the statue actually is. It's really, really cool. It will be interesting to see the interactions with the gods in general. Like, will we really interact with them one-on-one? Or will this be one of those where we're not going to be able to go into a Ra, and we're going to hear about the gods, and we're going to maybe hear, maybe we're going to talk to... Because remember, at that time, in that time, Malcor should still be alive, right? Maybe we're going to get details on, like, his relationship with Dwayna, and things like that. Maybe getting more of the like auxiliary things, right? Like around the gods. You know, maybe we're gonna get to meet some of the followers, right? Like, maybe we get to see Desmina again, right, as the first follower of Grenth, right? Maybe we get to interact with her. Maybe she's like, you know, at some point she joins our party or something in the story or something, right? Or we get to hear about Sarah, you know, in the one that deals with that kind of has the Beauty and the Beast story, right? Where Sarah or Lissa goes, was it Lissa goes to the city of Ren, and like is this old decrepit, like nasty, putrid, plagued woman, and Sarah is the one that kind of reaches out to her and says like, no, I want to help you. And then, you know, Lissa reveals herself and she's like, you're all assholes and Sarah's the good one. You know, are we gonna see that? Are we gonna meet Sarah? Are we, you know, things like that. There's also the story of Melandru with Ewan. Or whatever his name was, you know, where we actually get to see the town that he was in, or that he lived in, or whatever, in Guild Wars 2. But we learn, you know, in the scriptures of Melandru, it talks about how she transforms them into trees, and they have to like guard, or they have to do something or whatever, right? But like, do we see some of those stories? Do we interact more one-on-one with these scriptures, with these ancient stories about the gods that we've heard, right? I got a raptor. It's so useful to move after other mounts we will get. There's a lot of mounts. I will show you, if you'd like to, I can show you the mounts. What class are you playing, Ark? Oh, I've done things. My dailies are done. So we have a raptor. This is my raptor. Ugh. And then we get attacked by raptors. How apropos is that? Jesus. Get away from me, you evildoers. And then we have our Springer, a little rabbit friend. It's a big jumpy guy. Whee! Oops, sorry guys. We have our Skimmer, which is our water glider. He glides, he can go underwater and glide and do things. We have our Jackal. Wow, what is this? What is this skin and color? I mean, I know the skin, but what is this coloration of him? So he's like he's the teleporty little jackal friend that you can ride. Then we have a griffin. You can fly on the griffin. He's like a little fly mound. Whee! And then we have our sky scale, which is also, oh, why did the colors change in this guy? I did not change the colors of this. Why did that reset? That's weird. Weird colors on this guy, but it's another flying mound. I fly high into the sky. And we got another one. We got the Warclaw. This one is the little tiger skin that I gave him. Do. I love my tiger skin. And we have the least one. Oh, I forgot about it. We have this guy. We have our roller beetle. He goes really fast. Zoom in. We're zooming across. Out of the way, everyone. We're pod racing. Now this is pod racing. Gotta use that line, you know. And I don't remember my turtle. Do I have a shortcut for the turtle? Oops. Not that. I don't have a shortcut for the turtle. Oops. J? No. No, not that. What? I don't have a shortcut for the turtle. I thought I did. I guess I gotta manually do the turtle. And now we have the turtle. Oops. I had walking enabled. I was like, why is he not walking? Big turtle coming through. Well, my mounts fight for me. Your mounts will not fight for you. Hello? I'm sorry. Following quest town. We're guardian of we have a purpose. I'm sorry. I was going through the mounds. I talked to them. Missed opportunity if we don't. Like I said, full on quest task for them to discover, layout the land of ore. We have a purpose. Yeah, but you know the gods. I mean the gods. You know their radiance is so blinding and so, oh my god, right? So the mounds you will actually get in the Path of Fire expansion. So any of these mounds you will unlock or most of them will be unlocked in the Path of Fire expansion. So you have to get the Path of Fire expansion, which is the second expansion. So right here you can see chronologically. So this is the core game: Living World Season 1, Living World Season 2, Heart of Thorns, Living World Season 3, and on Path of Fire you will get the mounts. You will get gliding in Heart of Thorns. But yeah, your mounts will not fight for you. I think Renee's going to do away with the whole blinding thing to do better storytelling, but be blessed as a woman to be immune to it. Oh, I would hate that. I would hate that so much. Because that is so retconny. There's never been a thing. Like, why would the sculptor of the sculptor of the statues of the gods not have immunity, and the father of Duena's son not have immunity to her radiance, right? That would feel like to me personally, that would feel like a huge retcon. Most people will bless us with this ability. Because of our spirits. I don't know. I would hate that because I feel like that's a big retcon. However you spin it. You know? I mean, I don't know. I mean, in Guild Wars 2, we don't immediately go blind, and the idea isn't that you immediately go blind, but I still love the idea that they're so divine, they're divine beings and so radiant that they're just blinding, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I just think that their radiance is just, you know, it's just so blinding, and you know, maybe I have some bias because of my theory still, you know, my theory that I have, you know, with the mists and all that. I'm still trying to figure out, hold on, let me go. Oh god, what? No, not the turtle. Get it away from me. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to Guild Wars. There we go. I want to really see. So can you guys see? It's one thing they do really cool with this helmet is you can see the eyes. You guys see the eyes in there? And I believe, is that my actual eye color? That is my actual eyes that you can see through there, right? So this is my eyes, and they black out everything else, but they let you see the eyes in there, which is really, that's why I love this helmet so much. I find the blind thing fucking lame. I mean, I can see why. It's really made me think about all the awesome possibilities of the interactions. But I mean, I still could see us interacting with them because we interact with, and that's what I was trying to say earlier, and I didn't finish, but we interact with Cormia and Guild Wars 2, and we don't immediately go blind, right? We just get an effect where it says we're blinded, the screen kind of gets a little bright, and we get like a border around it, right? Kind of showing that we're getting blinded by it, right? And as far as we know, the blinding by the gods was something that happened gradually. Right? It wasn't something that immediately, like, you look upon them and you're blinded. Like, you're not looking at a sun, right? You're looking at, like, it's just, you know, their divine radiance is kind of like singeing your eyes, like, little by little, right? And so it's more of like a, you know, maybe it is more like looking at a sun, right? Where like you're not immediately like getting blinded by it, but it's like slowly, the more you look at it, it like burns into your eyes and eventually like leaves you blind, you know? And so I think it's more of a gradual thing. So if we interact with the gods, we could still have the blindness thing, but we could still interact with them and see them and whatever, right? It's not going to be like we're gonna like, hey, you know, hey, Lissa, and it's just a white screen, we can't see anything. You know what I mean? I found that part in Guild Wars 2 kind of retarded even more so. It was just there for Rena to be cheeky and go, see, look, you're blinded, even though we can full ass still see her. Yeah, but I don't know. Like I said, it's a gradual thing, you know, and I think that is what's really cool about that, is that, you know, they really emphasize that, like, yeah, okay, you get the effect immediately, and you can kind of see it, but it doesn't immediately mean that you're blinded, right? But it's just like, hey, their divine radiance blinds you slowly. Like, to me, that's really, really cool. I don't know. I like that a lot. So, because it still begs the question, and I think it makes the gods even more mysterious, right? Because when we look at it, the idea of the divine radiance, there's a few. I can't defeat that guy on my own, so I'm not even gonna worry about it. The thing with the divine radiance is also it's something that we don't understand. We don't understand what makes the gods so special, and we don't really understand what it means to be a god, and what it means to ascend to godhood like that. And so they can expand on that, right? And it seems that one of the fundamental parts of being a god or whatever, right, is this divine radiance. Because when Balthazar is imprisoned, and then we deal with him in season 3 and all of that, he specifically talks about, they dimmed my light, right? Which was this like one line that was like, we don't know what the hell that means, right? Like, we can infer that it means that he's not a divine being anymore, but what does that really mean, right? It means that somehow his godhood is not there, and it was taken by the other gods. But what does that mean, right? And I think that particular part of it makes them so unique, rather than being just powerful magical beings, right? Saying that like, oh, well, if Isgarin absorbs enough magic, he could become a god, right? Instead of saying that as like, there's something that makes the gods uniquely the gods, because they have this divinity about them, right? And so having this blindness is this almost like a physical manifestation of this divinity that makes them so unique in the world of Guild Wars. And I like that. So I don't know. That's just kind of how I view it. Obviously, you know, you can, you know, there's a lot of different opinions and whatever, you know. But to me, that's what's really cool about that, is like, I'm so fascinated at the idea that we could learn what it means to be a human god, and what it means to be this divine being and ascend to godhood and like all that stuff, you know. It's all illusions and fake, all by Lissa. Now that I would hate. That I would really hate. Like Wizard of Oz. I mean, I would really hate that. Cause that would really eliminate, you know, that would negate everything we did in season 3 of The Living World and Path of Fire, right? Completely. Because it's just, it would destroy everything that's based on. And it would destroy everything in Nightfall that is based on. I feel like because there's something fundamentally about like we're dealing with the god and we're dealing with the gods that makes it different than dealing with Joko, right? Joko is a powerful lich that is just has a lot of magic, right? He's a very magical being, right? And it's not, you know, elder dragons. They're very magical, powerful beings that, you know, whatever, right? Like I feel like there's a whole they're like a different thing on their own, right? I know, but like I you know, even the possibility, like thinking about that, because that is a possibility that it could do, right? We're like I'm saying I hate that, but I'm also saying that because if I didn't say I hated that, I would just say it never gonna happen. But I feel like that could happen, right? Like they could do that, and I would hate that. I'm going inside of this cave. Oh my god. Okay, there's nothing in it. I thought there'd be something more interesting in this cave, but there's not. Whee. There's a jumping puzzle up there. The jumping puzzle, you guys, I did a whole short about it. Let's do it.
Interesting.
Terrarium delves. I don't even remember how this goes. Something like, oh yeah, going up here, and then you have to jump across here, and oops, that is not the way to go. Oh, you go up here, that's what it is. You go up here, and then from here you can jump in here. Oops. Oh, is there a different way that you're supposed to do this? Oh, I think you're supposed to, like, there we go, like this. Ta-da! Another jumping puzzle done. We get a blue for it. A blue and some Imperial fragments. Garbage. Pure garbage. Oh my god, look at that plush. I feel like that's something for Guild Wars to do on a smaller scale, like Vlogs being Lissa this whole time to get revenge on us killing Balthazar. I mean, is that a legit, like, thing that you think? Because I feel like there's a lot wrong with that. I feel like there's like a lot with that I again wouldn't like, and I feel like wouldn't really fit in the lore. I don't know. I'm trying to like make it fit in my head, and I feel like it doesn't really work. I still think having the gods in Guild Wars 2 return to the story of Guild Wars 2 is something they can definitely do in a later expansion. I mean, that door has not closed. That door is probably more open than it's ever been. Let's be honest. That door, that ability, that possibility is more likely than it's ever been. Oh, is this gonna happen soon? I can do this. I can do this. Do I have a bow? I do have a bow. I do want to do some long range. Let me do a better skin on this bow. Why does this bow have this skin? Ooh, I want something fiery. Ooh, I can do the vermilion. That's a great one. That's a great fiery one. Rebirth, that's pretty good. Nothing really fiery, right? Magical bow. Mister still bothers me under seeing Guild Wars 2, but not legit. I don't think it would be better alternate than what I said for Guild Wars 3. I think there's still the possibility of them appearing in Guild Wars 3, and I think it'll be more likely in Guild Wars 2. I think there's still the possibility of seeing them in Guild Wars 2, and I think it's more likely that we will see them after Guild Wars 3 releases. I love how we like put the bow on our back backwards. See, because when you pull it out, it doesn't actually make sense. So it's very funny, but I want to have some long range here, so. He's staring so intently at the dog. I feel like maybe not necessarily want to make the gods come back and help, but maybe have something where at the end of Visions of Eternity maybe forces the human gods to come back in some shape or form, like changes the reality so much that maybe the human gods never left in the first place, or like maybe make it that the elder dragons never existed, right? Because he's talking about changing the code, like changing something fundamentally, right? And the elder dragons have been said to be part of the like the ecosystem of the you know, the magic ecosystem for so long, right? And like maybe he looks at it and says, you know, for the longest time shit has been, you know, in the shitter for so long because of like the dragons, right, in my entire lifetime. And so I don't know, maybe that's what he's trying to change, right? Just saying like, okay, well, we get rid of the dragons completely, right? And just like completely get rid of all of that, and maybe make it to the point where then all of a sudden reality changes so much that the human gods never left, and all of a sudden we're now dealing with this like new reality of like the human gods are here, you know, and or something. I don't know. You know, so I don't know how they would really play that out. I'm still, I'm curious to see if ArenaNet. Ooh, we can have some food. I always forget which one the that's the healing one. What is the that's the, what's the condition damage one? This is concentrate. Oh, all the food disappeared. Damn it. No, I don't want. Oh man, I'm stuck with the healing food, with the concentration food. Damn it. They took that. Oh, there's a food here. Is this the... Oh, this is all attributes. I'll take that. I'll take the all attributes food. Ooh, a sharpening stone station. Oh, I still love that. Look, it's OG Lion's Arch. Love that. Awesome. I can see Internet doing a whole expansion with us in this entirely new reality he creates and then fix it back to the original timeline after the expansion. Yeah, or maybe even, yeah, something like that, right? Like, have us, you know, in this new reality, and we deal with like, oh, here are the gods. Kind of have like maybe like a larger, you know, we have the we have Skywatch Archipelago, right, where they have all these like different realities, the reality marbles in a sense, right, where they have these different fractals that are existing. You know, in our universe, even though they're not supposed to be there. It could be something like that on like a massive scale, where all of a sudden we have like whole maps that are not just like mixture of fractals, but we have like a whole map that's all of a sudden like, oh, here's an Orion map where the gods never left. And then we deal with like a whole story set of that, right? And then it's like we have another map where, you know, or maybe we have like a whole map, or the whole expansion is all that or something, you know, like an Orion set expansion that deals, I don't know. We still have the Mistbound name, so I feel like there's still some Mist shenanigans that's gonna happen at with the next expansion. We still have that, right? They never explained they never talked about Mistbound, but we know that that is like, that has to be like Guild Wars 2, right? So that probably is maybe the next expansion still. Like maybe they decided on that already, and so they wanted to just like trademark it before they have to change everything around. I don't know. Especially if the new PBE helps with that. What is PBE? Mistbound might just be the name of Hall of Monuments 2.0. I don't know. It's a weird name, though. Mistbound?
I chose you.
I don't know. I feel like I would pick a different name than that, but I don't know. Oh, especially if the new physics-based engine helps with that. Yeah, I don't know. I had like a thought. I'm trying to like bring it back. I had some kind of thought that I wanted to talk about, but I lost it, and I don't know what I wanted to say. But yeah, we have the Mistbound thing. Oh, the Orion map. So I that's what I was gonna say. You know, maybe even the next expansion will play a little bit into what we learn in the Orion maps, right? Because remember, I know they said it's a core Orion map, but where in time does it take place, right? Is it before the Zaitan fight, which all the Orion maps besides Siren's Landing takes place? Is it after the Zaitan fight, or is it right around the time Siren's Landing is, right? Right, like a way past the core game, and now we're trying to like fix, you know, this is already, you know, like Traherne did his ritual kind of thing, and we can already see some, you know, trees and stuff in this new map, right? Like where they said it's a core map, but where in time does it take place? Because they all said each map has their own specific time that they take place in. It's going to come along with the new Zaitan fight. So it's right around the time of fighting Zaitan. Since it says a core game, not expansion. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of thinking about that, and like I said, there's going to be a video that I'm going to make on it, because there's a lot of possibilities that they could do. Because if you guys remember, they had something that they teased a lot, that they showed a lot, that they talked about a lot, was not talked about, but just kind of that they showed a lot, that we even see in Guild Wars 2, is seeing the corpse of Zaitan, which was something that was supposed to be in the explorable map of Ra. We're supposed to actually go inside of Zaitan's body, and like we were supposed to see Zaitan's dead body. And there's actually a render, like not a render, but like I guess it's a render of the map where that actually still exists, like of the Ra map, where you can actually see Zaitan's body still be a part of the map that we know as Ra. Like when you go in there, you can see, you know, the specific map, and there's a render of the same map where the body of Zaitan is actually like part of the map, and that did exist at some point, but it was removed. So is this something that they're gonna implement? Are we gonna see? Is this gonna be like, here's the new Zaitan fight, and here's the new map that takes place right after the Zaitan fight, or something? And you know, you actually go inside of Zaitan's body or something to fight a final shattery form of Zaitan would make sense. Finally leading into the whole each dragon weakness is a body part.
I swear I saw a mosquito as large
Wait.
as me.
Finally, the whole each dragon's weakness is a body part. Where was that said? Each dragon's weakness is a body part? Yeah, explain that to me. But like that wasn't their weakness though. And like we know explicitly, hey, what's up, SP can suck it? So the thing with Mordremoth is he was his domain. It was? Wait, whose? We know Mordremoth was the dragon of plants and mind, right? So they kind of did some hijinks where they were like, okay, well, you know, his weakness is the mind. Kralkatorik's weakness wasn't Kralkatorik's weakness wasn't his heart though. His weakness was his own magic, kind of like being reflected. Like that's why Oreen was effective against him, because she had kind of his same magic of like crystallization or whatever, which was like the same. The thing is, the reason why we fight his heart is because that is the part of him that's corrupted by the void, right? And like that's, we destroy his heart, killing him, but that's not necessarily his weakness, right? Like we enter him and we go inside of him, we kill his heart, but that's not his, you know, that's anyone's weakness, their heart, right? You kill anyone's heart, they'll die, you know? And then we know that the weakness of Primordus and Jormag were each other, right? Like it was the fire of Primordus was Jormag's weakness, as well as the ice of Jormag was Primordus's weakness, and so that's how they destroy each other, you know. Oh my god, something in the water. Oh, what's going on here, you guys? Had a kind heart, but it got corrupted so easy because of the magic. I don't know, that's how I interpreted it. Interpret it, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that was really I don't think that was really it. I think that was, I don't know. I think it was more. Oh my god, it always gets so loud in this fight. I gotta turn on the freaking volume for this. If the fight is too loud, let me know, you guys, because I can definitely turn it down. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say that their body parts were their weakness. I don't know. I just. It was body parts because it seems a common theme. I mean, I can see what you're saying, you know, but I think the idea is just we dealt with the body parts a lot because they were so massive in scale, and I think ArenaNet was having issues really trying to figure out how we could fight these gigantic dragons, and I think it was just like, oh well, if we just deal with their body parts, right? And I think they used Kralkatorik's heart as a thing, is because they wanted to highlight the idea of mother, right? They wanted to have like his final words be mother, so that we could get like a preview of what's to come. You know, they had already planned at that point to make Suwan the, you know, his mother and the mother of all the dragons and stuff like that. All I can remember is stomach's mouth, so I can see that. Well, that's another thing that was always so weird, right? It's because they had the, you know, they had claws and they had eyes and they used body part, but the idea was that these were supposed to be, specifically with Zaitan, we see that a lot, right? We see the eyes and we see the stomachs and we see the mouths of Zaitan. I think that was supposed to highlight that they were extensions, and that is how the dragons feed, right? Because those were introduced as, specifically the mouths, as in like, oh, this is how the dragon feeds, this is how they become stronger, is because these mouths eat magical items, and that is imbuing them with more magic, which they're made out of, and so that's how they get stronger. And then the eyes, I think we're supposed to give them like this sense of like omnipotence and that they can see everywhere, you know, like Zaitian sees all is like, you know, a thing that some of them spout and stuff, you know. It's, you know, like, and I think it's supposed to make them feel more intimidating and more like, oh, like omnipresent in a way, right? It's like, oh, anywhere the eyes are, they know what's going on, right? It's like you're being watched, I think, right? This new final boss going inside his body. I mean, that I'm 100% like, you know, I would love that idea. But I think, and here's a little twist on that, because one of the things that we never embraced or that never gets talked about, remember, each dragon had 2 domains, okay? And one of them that we never dealt with was Zaitan's shadow. Right, we never really dealt with the shadow part of it, right? So it'd be kind of cool to go inside of Zaitan and fight the shadow of Zaitan, and really, and you know, because the undead part we take care of, right? But the other domain, which is this, you know, whatever that could be, you know, the shadow part, right? It would be really cool to go inside of a stomach and deal with that side of it, right? Really, because the undead, you know, is reflected in the bodies and in the army that he has and all of these things and in the powers that he uses, but the shadow isn't really translated too well. It's more of like a conceptual thing. So it'd be kind of cool to kind of deal with that on a level where we go inside of the body of Zaitan and we actually deal with like the shadowy part of it, you know. Strike and raid or convergence. Yeah, I could definitely see them do a convergence with it. I don't know about a strike, or it could be a raid encounter. I think I would like that more as a convergence. I think there would be something, it would be really cool. Like when we think of the jungle, the triple trouble, you know how we go like inside the stomach of one of them and we kind of have to like, you know, attack the like uvula in there, and same with like the leviathans. We go inside of them and we have to like attack the uvula and the different spots in there or whatever. That it would be really cool to do something like that, where like the shadowy part of Zaitan is trying to reanimate that body, because again, he's undead, right? So if his power still exists, what could they possibly, you know, they could potentially just revive if the power still exists out there and is not absorbed by anyone, because that's the thing with the Zaitan fight. There's no other creature that absorbs his power when he dies. Again, kind of an oversight, kind of a, you know, this was early Guild Wars 2 before they figured out, you know, everything about the dragons and stuff like that. So there's a you know, a lot of, you know, not necessarily retcon, but not a lot of things. There's a lot of things that don't line up exactly, but it would be really cool to have it like, oh, no one absorbed the magic. The magic is still inside of this undead dragon body, right? And so maybe then we go in there and we have to like somehow destroy the you know, the shadowy part of him that's trying to revive the body or something like that, you know? I could see that being a thing for sure. Hold on, sorry, I'm trying to focus on this and then talk at the same time, and it's just like a mess. So I'll read that in just a second, as soon as this fight is over. But that's something that I could see, like really deal with the, like, you know, the other aspect of the dragon that I feel like we don't deal with in a lot of ways. You know, because I think with all the other dragons, we kind of deal with both aspects of most of those dragons. I feel like, you know, when you think about the different domains that they have, I think we kind of deal with a lot of those different domains in you know, in okay ways. I mean, obviously they're not the best, and I think a lot of them were kind of rushed. But I think there's definitely, when we look at the two domains, of each dragon, I think the one that was really never touched on was the shadow part of Zaitan, you know. You choose Sylvari mirror parts of the story. Oh, that's true. Yeah, there's a little bit of that with it for sure. If I in the Shadow Realm, apocalyptic future of Ore. I thought Tommy specifically meant from minions took the death magic from Zaitan. They do at parts. I mean, there's even like in the crack in the ice, a crack in the ice story, which is the Bitterfrost Frontier release. They actually have they have one of Jormag's minions take on the jungle part. What is this? Take on the jungle part of Jormag, and you actually fight this jungle-y thing. Again, there was a lot of oversight. There's a lot of things that ArenaNet did that they didn't respect their own lore, and there was kind of a retcon. Because, again, when we look at something like Jormag later, Jormag and Primordus don't take the aspects of any of the other dragons on, and they kind of lose some of the ability. Because you're correct, because when we go to Ember Bay, the minions there, they have both planned and death attributes to them. They even say that in the story, but then once we actually go into like Iceboot Saga, they completely ignore that is even a thing, and that wasn't even, you know, that doesn't even get talked about at all anymore, which is another thing of another reason why I really hate Iceboot Saga for the, you know, hate it. Look at all those slivers that I'm getting. Slivers! Yay! Slivers! Give me more slivers.
The land is ours.
Victory comes with a cost. So many dead.
Because of the death, not because of nature of Mordremoth. This one we can use burn on Barmodus is correct. How much they can and would change about Iceboot Saga. Great question. Yeah, I you know, I think that's a good question, and I would love to know the answer to that as well. I don't think we'll ever get the answer to that, but that is still a really, really good question, because I asked myself that, like, what would they change about that? Because there's so many things that Iceboot Saga, specifically when it comes to the lore, that actually just drive me absolutely insane. Which one part of that is the minion part, right? And you know, there's a lot of other things too. Like, there's one part, it's one of the first videos that I actually ever made on the channel, on my YouTube channel. That's one of the first videos I ever made, is things, and I don't remember what I even wrote in that, or what the video was really, like, all the different points that I had in there. But it was a video called, like, everything they missed in Iceboot Saga, or everything that they kind of, not retcon, but it was something like that they forgot to add in, or that they didn't consider in the lore, or something like that. It was one of the first videos that I ever made, and it's one of my most disliked videos, I believe, because I was just kind of bitching about ArenaNet not doing a good job with Iceboot Saga, and I think a lot of people just, like, wanted to, like, you know, just hit that dislike button because I wasn't saying anything good about ArenaNet or something. I don't know. But as someone that really cares about the lore, it hurts in my heart when they don't respect their own lore, and when they retcon themselves, and when they forget about very important things in the lore that they have explained themselves. You know, it just kind of makes me sad. Elong fixes changes. I wonder if they'll add to the list. Most previous stream they mentioned seasonal content as part of the HM, so Iceboot is definitely on the list then. I mean, I'm hoping that there's some changes to Iceboot Saga. I don't know how deep they're gonna go, because you gotta remember, if they change anything in the story, they have to re-record audio, right? They can't just have no audio for it, right? Like, no dialogue, right? So anything they change like that, story-wise, lore-wise, like, it's a huge undertaking, because it's a lot of money that they have to invest in something that they might not get money out of, right? Which obviously, it seems like at this point they don't care. I think they're at the point where they're like, you know what, we want to invest all the time and money we can, because in the end, that's going to help us make a lot more money, right? Like, we're building these 3 games up to be these insane, like, you know, gold mines, pretty much, what they could really turn into. It's definitely, and they know that, so we shall see. Yeah, agreed. I mean, Hall of Monuments 2.0 is definitely ambitious, but it's very interesting to see. I have 80% faith. I think, again, I want to give ArenaNet the benefit of the doubt. I had a video, like I said, I had a video. I talked about this in one of the last streams that I did. I had a video where I wanted to bitch about Visions of Eternity, right? I have a video that's halfway done bitching about Visions of Eternity, okay? I'm not going to be releasing that video. I'm not going to be, like, continuing working on it, because I want to give I kind of understand, because they're undertaking all of these huge projects, right? But there is still this fear that I have, like you, where it's like, okay, will they be able to do all the things that they're planning on doing, right? Will this all come out the way that it does? But I'm honestly, we've been asking for this for such a long time, so I'm willing to give ArenaNet the benefit of the doubt, because you and I, we both have been people that have talked about this so many times now, where we want a return to Tyria expansion, and this is what we're getting. We're getting, I wanted to make a video for the longest time about this, right? And we talked about this, but we are getting finally a return to Tyria expansion, in the sense of that they're taking a whole year and a half, or year, you know, up to a year or whatever they said, to look at everything, and so, you know, and go back and change the things that they want to do, including the Zaitan fight, which was something that we've talked about ad nauseum. And I have faith in ArenaNet that, again, the listening to the player base gets highlighted in moments like that, right? ArenaNet has never really listened to their player base. They've always done kind of what they wanted to do, right? And they've done things that people didn't ask for, right? We wanted to go to Cantha, and they're like, we'll take you to Cantha. And then they took us to the Cantha that no one wanted. Like, let's be real. No one wanted the Cantha that we got. Everyone wanted the Cantha from Guild Wars 1. We didn't get that, right? And so a lot of people were upset about that. You know, were they right? Were they wrong? I don't fucking know. You know, whatever. You could spin it any way you want to at that point, right? But there's something to be said about that. That now in the last couple of years, ArenaNet has really shifted to, no, we want to listen to the player base more and more and more, right? And we want to do the things that they're asking for, right? And I really like that, and I think this is super highlighted by them not only going back and redoing old content, but specifically doing the Zaitan fight, right? And like talking about, you know, expanding on ore and adding a core map, which is something that I really feel is important too. I think not just for Guild Wars 3, but also ore is such an, you know, it's such an important part of the core game. That is remember, the core game is the free-to-play experience, the you know, the initial thing that people see when they you know, when they log into the game, you know, sign up for a free account and they play. The last final bits that they see is ore, and I really like that they want to enhance that, you know. I don't know. Link us to it on Discord. Set it to private. Oh, I'm not gonna set it to private, but I can link it to you. You mean the video that I was just talking about? It's one of my earliest videos. God knows. It is, I can't go to my final page of content. Oh boy, there is a lot of videos to go through. Okay, let's search. It was something about Icebrute Saga. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's called, this was made in December. Okay, just so you guys know, the channel was created years before I actually started making content on the channel. I had a YouTube channel, but I didn't. I had some streams that I had uploaded from Twitch at the time. But I started making content for Guild Wars 2 on the channel in, I believe it was September of 2020, October 2020, something like that. This video is from December 2020. This is like the first 3 months of me making content. This is not a good video, okay, by any means, okay? But I will share it on Discord for you guys. So it is on Discord. So that is the video. I'm not gonna watch it. God knows. I don't want to hear a Raleigh from 6 years ago making a video. It's just cringe. Yeah, I said it out loud. My dad was watching with me when they said they're doing this. Oh, you mean shit you should have been doing this whole time? 100% agreed with you. As a person who hasn't really played Guild Wars 1, I like the Cantha we got. Okay, fair. So the Guild Wars, so okay, that's a good. I'm not saying you're saying that to dispute what I'm saying, but I'm saying, let me rephrase it and say the people that experienced Guild Wars 1's Cantha, you know, that wanted Cantha, they wanted that Cantha and they didn't get that, you know. I'm talking about the... Oh, no. That's not even done. I thought you were talking about the other one. I think Benjamin was... I did not upload that yet. I did not upload that. That's not even done yet. How far is that video? That video is not even close to being done. That video is not even close to being done. Let me see how far this video is. So, and I'm not putting effort in a video that I'm not actually going to release, you know what I mean? The only way discussion. There it is. Or is this it? No, this is it. Yeah, this is private when it's done and shared for... No. Oh god. I actually deleted something that I used in there. Something that I recorded in there. Oh, I know what I deleted. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I deleted all of that? Oh, I did. It doesn't exist. I deleted it, actually. That content doesn't even exist anymore. I deleted it, you guys. I'm running out of room on my drive, and I was like, yeah, I'm not making this video. Bye. So I'm pretty sure... Hello? Okay, my computer just like locked up for a second. Do I have the other one? I don't think I do. Yeah, no, that doesn't even exist. I mean, the points were still valid that I had in there. And I can talk about some of the points that I had in there, right? Let me think about visions. Okay, so one thing that really pissed me off, or it has been pissing me off and is still pissing me off in Visions of Eternity, for example, is that nothing happens. That was my biggest point in the video. Nothing happens the entire expansion, and it drives me crazy. And what makes The Only Way such a terrible... I'm just looking at the PvE story side of things, right? The story side of the release, right? What makes The Only Way such a terrible release in that sense for the story is because nothing happens in the story, because ArenaNet didn't have enough of a narrative to make it last a whole year. So they had to like stretch this. And so in the video, I kind of talked about how The Only Way is this like holdover patch, as I called it, which is kind of like, it's supposed to kind of stretch the little bit of story that we have. But when we look at it from like a different from like an outside perspective of everything that happens in Visions of Eternity, is by the time that we get to Hull Garden, from that point on, nothing happens in the entire expansion. And so it was something that really, really bothered me, because that's why when I went into the store, that's why the video, and you guys can see the playthrough that I had of The Only Way, right? Like on the channel. That's why I was so upset with that release, is because it felt like nothing happened and nothing was going on. And the whole time it was slow energy because I was waiting for some kind of payoff, right? And they were building up this idea of like, oh, Vlox is getting ascended, and we're going into the Spire of Exaltation, and like, you know, maybe something is going to happen then, right? And we're waiting for this payoff, only for everything that's been happening at that point. So the things that we accomplished in the expansion up until that point were, we heard about Castora. We found out that Castora is this mysterious continent that people haven't been gone. You know, it's this thing of legends, right? And it's like, oh, okay. So that's very exciting, right? That's really cool. Something's happening. Like we're taking off to this new continent. We're discovering this new continent, this new land. We meet the people of Hall Garden. We kind of learn that it's a magically inclined place, and it's, you know, really cool. And then we learn we follow the inquest because we want to stop them, right? And that is the point. And we go to Hall Garden, we meet the people there, and that's where things stop. Because from that point on, what does the commander do? From that point on, which is about, I don't know, a third to like a half of the initial story, to the end of The Only Way, the only thing that the commander does is chase after the inquest. That's all we do the entire time. We do nothing else. There's a short moment in the story at the end of the initial story where instead of chasing after the inquest, we try to be smart and go after Ancora, only for us to get that taken away from us the moment we have Ancora. Within 20 seconds, that gets taken away from us. That victory that we get, that we finally, something else happened. So we did something that gets taken away from us within 20 seconds of us actually achieving it. And what happens? Vlox takes Ancora, and we're right back to the same thing that we did from the very beginning, from the very first third of the story, is just chase after the leadership of the inquest. That is all we do the entire story. So that is one part that really bothers me about the story of Visions of Eternity, because it feels like the entire patch, The Only Way, we just spend time sitting there chasing after Vlox and wanting to talk to him. I wanted to strangle the commander, okay? One of the other arguments that I had in the video was that the incessant need for the commander to want to talk to Vlox, even though anytime we have a conversation with him, he gives us the same answers of not wanting to steer away from his path, and us running after him like a puppy, and running after him and trying to talk to him like we're some kind of Peace Corps, like tree hugging whatever, right? Like we're new. Like I compared it in the video, I compared it to being a newborn Sylvari. It feels like we're a newborn Sylvari that doesn't understand conflict and that doesn't understand how some of these characters that are set in their ways work in the world, right? We have met many characters and we've killed probably dozens of people, important people, right? I mean, we've killed hundreds of thousands of people, right? But I'm saying we've killed important people and bosses and, like, you know, the big wigs of the expansions and whatever for way less than we should kill Vlox for. Like, you know, Vlox has done a lot worse than some of those other people, yet we still insist on wanting to talk to him. Why? It makes zero sense to me. It's one of the things that really, after I finished The Only Way, really pissed me off about the story, is that the commander, who has gone around and saved the world hundreds of times over at this point, like, well, not hundreds, but probably like a good dozen times over again, you know, from all kinds of different threats, decides that we should just talk to him instead of just killing him. It's just one fucking guy. Just kill him. That was another one, right? Yeah, totally against my commander's experience. And that's exactly what I said, right? In the video, I talked about the commander is a veteran of 14 years of fighting world-ending threats. why are we running after Vlox? Why are we trying to just talk to him the whole time, right? You know what, the two parts that I really, really liked in the story were both of the parts where Canuck said, I'm changing the tune, because that was the only time that any character out of our groups of friends made sense to me. Because it was like, yes, thank you. Someone wants to just fucking kill Vlox, instead of just like arguing about whether Vlox's viewpoint of the world is correct or not, and if he should be saved or helped or what. Who gives a shit? We have killed like random ass people that have had way better ideas about this world. You know, it's just like, why are we all of a sudden trying to be this like, no, we can't kill him, we must talk to him? It drove me absolutely insane. And it didn't while I was playing through it, but as I thought about it after the fact, like it took me about a week to really have that all set in, and I was like, this fucking sucks. I hate this. You know what I mean? Like, it really, and again, nothing against like ArenaNet, obviously. Like, this is not a manhunt. This is not like, oh my god, whatever, right? So many things about it, you know, the game I still love, right? But particularly the story there, I really think they missed so much. They missed so much. The other thing, which was something that I think you pointed out, Mish, or someone else pointed that out, which was another point that I had in the video, was that we have the Forge that created not only Moment and Legavo, but also at least 5 Dorat Fine, which is the Shining Blade, right? We also hear about how there is, and we have characters that we can visit in-game. That was something that really, really, oh, I don't have the map unlocked. I don't have to travel there, but something that really, really bothered me is that a lot of the things that happen in the map don't play any role in the story. We have the Forge that created these legendary weapons, yet we use it to build a bomb. Why aren't we taking, because there's characters in the map on Eternity's Garden that talk about the prototypes to Moment and Legavo. They talk about how these prototypes existed of these super magical weapons that are super powerful, that are, you know, they talk about the Scepter of Ore like it's this very dangerous, like almost like it's a nuclear bomb in just the last expansion, Janthia Wilds. And we have prototypes that we have access to, yet we don't utilize that to blow up the Spire of Exaltation and kill Vlox, because that's what I would have done. The Spire of Exaltation is not a big building. Instead of building a tiny little bomb, how about we take these prototypes of these weapons and create some kind of weapon, even if it's volatile in nature, and we use it to blow up the Spire of Exaltation, killing Vlox and stopping anyone from ascending, because apparently that's a bad idea in general. And problem solved. That's the end of the expansion. Well, we can't do that because we don't have that much story. So we got to go through all of that, right? It all goes back to the idea that ArenaNet doesn't have enough of a narrative to stretch this across all of these story steps. Because if we do any of that, that ends the expansion at that point, and we can't have that happen because we have another map that we got to go to. What are we going to do in that other map if we killed a bad guy already in the third map, right? So they stretch it out unnecessarily and make this entire patch story feel like a snooze fest. Nothing happens. The entire patch in the story, nothing happens. It's jarring. It's so jarring to me, right? Like the Shadow Stone, we find in the temple the area where they're like infusing the Shadow Stone with magic. We can see that happen. And what do we do with it? We lick it. One of the most powerful devices, or like, you know, things, items on all of Tyri that we've ever seen, and we lick it. We don't use it in the story to shield ourselves against Vlox's power or Ancora, or maybe try to use it to create another Ancora, or, you know, try to infuse some of these prototypes of these weapons to, you know, stop what's happening, maybe stop the Inquest completely, you know, kill Kuda, because God knows we should have done that a billion times over again. No, we just lick it. Why? Why is that the thing? You know, just so many things that in the story, it's like NSA is joking our commander's a sociopath for how many we've totally inverted our character. I kind of want Arena to make the next event reveal the entire plot if I wasn't a commander this whole time. That's funny. I think someone in Arena's high. I watched you play through the story. What do you make the players just lick it? Ha, that's funny. Yeah, it feels like the people writing the story didn't understand how to integrate the lore aspects of things. And it felt very much like Icewitch Saga, because like I said earlier, Icewitch Saga had the exact same issue. There was a lot of things in the lore, and I just posted the video on Discord, you guys can watch it, but there's a lot of aspects of Icewitch Saga where they didn't respect their own lore, and that was one of the things that really pissed me off about Icewitch Saga, is you're not respecting your own lore, the own things that you have built up over the years. You're ignoring all of that to write some kind of other story that feels very left field, and that very feels like it doesn't fit into the narrative of what is Guild Wars. And it just drives me crazy. And that's the same with this patch. Another thing is, they had to artificially create a big bad of this patch because we didn't have anyone that we could fight. They were like, well, we can't kill Vlox because we still need him for the last patch, and we can't kill Kuda because we kind of need her for the last patch, because God knows what happens in the last patch, but they want to clearly keep those two alive. But we got to have some kind of climactic battle, right? So what do? Well, they introduced 3 characters that are throwaway characters. We're never going to hear about those 3 guys that they enhanced with the Forge ever again. We're never going to hear that again. Again, it's another thing that they did in Icewitch Saga. In the video, I had a great example. It was the Freynier of Jormag. If you guys remember, it was supposed to be this like commander of the forces of Jormag, gets introduced in the second patch of Icewitch Saga, gets killed at the end of that. We've never heard of this Freynier before that patch, and we've never talked about the Freynier after that patch. There wasn't another Freynier to take the Freynier's place, and there was never anyone even mentioned beforehand that was the Freynier of Jormag. Do you see what I'm saying? It was the same thing here. They introduced these bad guys because they didn't have any climactic battle to build up to, so they had to artificially create a boss battle by introducing these other characters that are just throwaway characters that we're never going to see again. What's the point in that? The point is to stretch the story, because we don't have a story. We only have so much narrative, and we don't know how to stretch it any further, so we're just kind of inserting random shit into the story to make it last longer, right? And it's boring. I can't get myself to play it. It's not a good patch. The story part of The Only Way is not good, right? And like I hope that you guys, that I'm making some kind of sense, that I'm articulating myself correctly, that you guys kind of understand a little bit where I'm coming from, or maybe even agree, right? You don't necessarily have to agree, but I kind of want people to just see maybe a little bit of like what I'm talking about. And so the whole time, it was such a snooze fest when you watch me play, because it didn't feel like I was playing Visions of Eternity. It felt like I was playing some random side story that didn't have anything to do with anything. We don't use the Forge properly. We don't use the Seer artifacts that are clearly available to us. Again, I can show you guys these characters that I talk about. I can go there because we have really nothing better to do anyways. But it's one of those where I sit there and I think about it, and I'm like, you know, it's such a shame that they talk about these things like Moment and Legavo, which got us really excited on the Discord, right? We talked about so much about those on the Discord, but then they don't utilize that in the story at all, even though they clearly tell us in the same patch that there's prototypes in an armory that they found. They found an armory that had these prototypes in them. Where this armor, I'm going the wrong way. It's over here on the right. There it is. They find this prototype, these prototypes of these weapons, but we don't actually see them at all. They're not at all in anywhere. We can't see them. Why? Why is that not a more important part in the story? Right? Like, it's so weird to me. It feels like, you know, we're supposed to be learning about the seers and using these seer this knowledge of the seers maybe to help us fight Vlogs, but instead all we focus on this entire patch is chasing after Vlogs. That's all we're doing, is we're chasing after Vlogs, wanting to talk to him instead of coming up with a solution to stop him. Whether we kill him or we stop him from ascending, we chase after him like we're stupid newborn Sylvari that have never done anything in our lives, right? And that is what really, I was just like, oh my god, I don't think I can do this. I don't think my heart can take that. Yeah, right here, these characters.
Explore the storerooms? See the staves on display?
I did. To think, it took several attempts to forge Legavo and Molmund. I wonder what compelled the seers to keep the cast-offs rather than destroy them.
The best smiths use their mistakes as teaching tools, both for themselves and those who come after.
There's literally characters saying that there is the cast-offs, the prototypes of Legavo and Molmund in a storehouse. God knows how many of them, but we don't use that. We don't use that to our we go to the forge to build a bomb with Canuck. What? I get that they want Canuck to like have a character arc, and I enjoy the character arc that Canuck is having because he's doing a full circle. And I talked about, I like when characters have a character arc. I like that. I'm a fan of that. But it's like, they don't understand their own map that they're creating, like the own lore that they're putting into the map that they're building. They don't know how to utilize that properly in the story. It felt like an A and a B team. Like there was the A team that sat and made the map and made the lore of the map, and they created all of that stuff. And then there was the B team that just were like, okay, so we have to like make this last, like we can't kill Vlogs, so what do we do with the story? Like what? Final boss, such an annoying fight. I don't mind the boss. I like that it's not just another dude, right? I like that we're fighting a construct that is some kind of, it's a little bit more conceptual than actually like, you know, a reality-based creature or whatever. Because, you know, it gets to the point where it's like, oh, we fought magical beings 700 times over again. You know what I mean? So I can kind of see where the approach came from. Could they have done a little bit of a better job? Maybe. You know, maybe they could have done a little bit of a better job, but I don't mind it necessarily. But it just feels so like, you know, it would have been really cool if we actually go, you know, in the meta, we go to the forge to get this light imbued in us that lets us attack the All-Seer. Why can't we have these, you know, if we think about something like Season 4, for example, that had the Dragon's Blood Spears, and we make replicas of the Dragon Blood Spears that we use against Kraugotoric, because again, his weakness is himself, and so they use the Dragon's Blood Spear using Kraugotoric's own blood that they infuse into the spears to damage him, right? That's the whole point of the Dragon Blood Spears and stuff, right? Why can't this happen here? Why can't we say, oh, everyone gets a replica of Legavo because they kept thousands of them in a storeroom, right? And say like, okay, well, here's Legavo. These are not as powerful as the regular things, so you can just use them. And we use that to fight the All-Seer, right? Create a narrative that builds on itself and feels like a connected universe, and even like, you know, not even universe, but like a connected narrative in the story, right? Like of the same expansion. But it feels so disconnected from each other. Everything is disjointed from each other, and it's like, it feels all like separate parts that don't fit together. It's like a puzzle piece that doesn't quite fit together, because when you look at the story, it doesn't fit together with the map that it's in. You could have, in the video, I actually talked about, like, you can take the story out of Eternity's Garden and plug it to somewhere completely different, it still fit. It still fit. Like, anywhere, right? You could say that Vlogs invades the Wizard's Tower because the tools for Ascension are there, because Isgarin, you know, somehow took that with him or something like that before he was, you know, exiled or something, and so now he's like going to the Wizard's Tower because he knows that that is where he can ascend, and you can have the entire story take place in the Wizard's Tower and it feels exactly the same thing. None of the things that are in the map here have an impact on the story at large. Even the All-Seer, right? In the story, they talk about the All-Seer. Doesn't have an impact. They're just like, oh, the All-Seer, we got to be careful. We got to kind of avoid it. They say that in the story. You go by the All-Seer and they say, oh, it's not active right now. We got to like avoid it, right? And it's like, it has no impact on the story. So everything that happens in the map has nothing to do with the story. And that feels disjointed to me. That feels not true to what the stories are that we're being told here. Right? I hated the construct fight. I feel like the final fight in final patch was going to be with Vlogs, but it's going to be him like, oh, I made an oopsie poopsie commander, come help me. Oh, yeah. I mean, it could be something like that, you know, where at the end maybe he realizes that, oh, maybe this isn't the way. I don't know. At this point, and that's why there was a video. So before... when the only way was announced, I thought about, you know, I always think about like what future videos I could do, right? And one of the videos that I thought about was the what comes after the only way, right? And I was talking about, you know, I want to theorize on what we could see, because I wanted to make a video on what we could see in map 3, and that it didn't ended up, I didn't make that video. Because I took a little bit of break from Guild Wars 2, and I didn't, you know, at that point, you guys know I kind of focused on the playthroughs and stuff like that, and so I didn't make that video. But then I was like, oh, I definitely want to do it for like map 3, because we only have, instead of waiting 6 months for this map, we have 3 months. So I kind of wanted to make that video. But then I was so turned off by the story of what happened in The Only Way that I'm like, I don't think that whatever theory I come up, like, and not to be arrogant, and not, you guys know that I'm not a conceited person, and I'm not a like so narcissistic that I think I'm like the be all end all of lore and story and any like at all. You guys know that, right? But I think I could write a better story than what we've experienced of Visions of Eternity, specifically in The Only Way. And so I feel like whatever theories I come up with for the final patch is probably going to be better than whatever they're going to give us. And that's, again, not anything against ArenaNet. I'm not saying that anyone should lose their job or we should get our torches and pitchforks out. Like, none of that shit, right? Never that, right? These are hardworking people. They have created an amazing world that I've spent 12,000 hours into, on top of making hundreds and hundreds of videos. Obviously, I love this game and I love the company, and I have a lot of love for them because of the stories that they've told. But sometimes they just really missed the mark, and with The Only Way, they really missed the mark for me. They really did. You know, I love the map. I love the denseness of the map. I love the lore of the map, but the story is just like, oh. I don't want to replay it. I'm going to be honest. I for the video, I actually replayed half of the story, and then I said, I'm not doing this anymore. And you know what I did instead? I used the recording that I have of me playing through the story instead. That's what I did. I wanted to play through the story and do a separate recording, but I couldn't get myself... I played a third of it, and I was like, I don't want to play this. This sucks. And so I was like, I'm just going to use the recording from my playthrough series that I put on YouTube. That's how bad it was for me, at least, you know. 80% of my lifetime playing Guild Wars 2, feel like I could do some of the story better. Sue me, but we all have certain tastes. For the longest time, I felt on the same page as ArenaNet, but I was with them with Secrets of the Secret, but Visions of Eternity, I asked what the hell happened, and the answer is they were working on distracted by Guild Wars 3, and that's completely understandable. Just hope it's corrected. And you're exactly right, right? And that's why I didn't release that video, right? Because, as I stated in the stream that I did before they did the announcement, I stated if they reveal Guild Wars 3 and they say we're working on Guild Wars 3, I'm not making that video. I'm not bitching about it, because it is justified that this patch would be lacking and this expansion might be a little lacking. Okay? Totally justified, because they're completely shifting not only again what they're doing with Guild Wars 2, because they're looking back at old content, making an ore map, making a World vs. World Borderlands map, and fixing bugs and doing that thing, but also Guild Wars 3, right, which is like the big thing, right? So I get it, you know, I totally understand it, but it's just these were my main points that I had for the story that really rubbed me the wrong way, and I hated it so much because I felt like I felt like Guild Wars Visions of Eternity was dealing with the Seers, and I really wanted the story to focus on that part of it, and then the story didn't at all focus on that, and then focused on the commander chasing after Vlox for a better part of how many chapters? See, I don't even know how many chapters that was, because I didn't play with this character. I mean, what is it? Is it 13 chapters, 15 chapters? So a better part of like 11, 12 chapters. We're just chasing after Vlox. So I just hope it's corrected after Guild Wars 3 launches. I hope it's corrected with the next expansion. I mean, even if Guild Wars 3 hasn't launched, but I just really hope that they, you know, because they talk about how they have these teams divided. And so I really hope that the Guild Wars 2 team can kind of grasp what needs to happen in Guild Wars 2. And I want that to happen now, because going back and fixing the things and fixing some of the fundamental things like the Zaitan fight and adding a new ore map, I think it's very important for them to understand what Guild Wars 2 needs now more than ever, right? Right, but yeah, I'm just saying, like, I think I see what you're saying. It gets fixed for like the next expansion that comes out, but I just think that I don't want the ore map to feel like they didn't understand their own source material. Give you an example. So I don't want Guild Wars the ore map to feel like they're just focusing on Guild Wars 3, going in and retconning a bunch of shit that happens in all the other ore maps. Just imagine that, right? Imagine the Orion map focuses so much on explaining Guild Wars 3 and kind of, you know, giving us enough details about Guild Wars 3, but saying fuck all to everything that happens in the other ore maps, right? That wouldn't feel good to me. That would feel like the map, the new map, they focus too much on making it explain Guild Wars 3 and not making it a map of Guild Wars 2. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying, like, Arena, and I want the team that works on Guild Wars 2 to realize what Guild Wars 2 needs. I get that they're trying to build a bridge between Guild Wars 3 and Guild Wars 2, but keep it Guild Wars 2 and keep it in the world that you are in, right? I want them to play through the Orion maps and see what happens there. I want them to play through the personal story again before they make this Orion map, so they understand the point the commander is at with Traherne and whatever, you know, whatever point in time they're taking this, like right before the Zaitan fight, right after the Zaitan fight, whatever it is, right? But I want them to understand where someone that plays through the Orion maps and then goes into that map is at in the story, in their like understanding of the world and things like that, you know. Hope it gets fixed, corrected once everything's settled, and now they can relax and spread out their team better. Yeah, I don't know. I just think that like I want the Orion map to, you know, just that kind of. That's why I want them to get their shit together already. Why am I so glowy? I keep looking at that. Is there a specific reason? Touched by light. Touched by the light. The light of the Forge Masters blankets you in a comforting warmth. You may now face the All-Seer. Great. See, and the thing also is, so they...
Explore the storerooms? See the staves on display?
I did. To think, it took several attempts to forge Legavo and Mulmund. I wonder what compelled the Seers to keep the cast-offs, rather than destroy them.
The best smiths use their mistakes as teaching tools, both for themselves and those who come after.
It's great hair, by the way. Is that a hairstyle that's available to us? I've never seen it, but I like it a lot. I'm trying to, like, get the dialogue where they talk about the door at Fina. Right there.
Was there any mention of a gilded end or Dorat Fine in the Seer tongue?
There was. A few ancient accounts archived from the war with the Mursat. Interrogation logs mostly. We surmised the Seers had made several of the weapon that became known as the Shining Blade.
Such expectations for these divine implements. Most never became the miracles the Seers hoped they'd be.
So here they confirm that multiple Shining Blades had been made. Where are they? Are they somewhere? They're sure not in the story, I can tell you that. I can guarantee you that. Which is going to start in November or December is my guess. Won't get that ore map till like next year. Probably early next year. Hairstyle, to be honest, could be wrong though. I mean, it's I don't know, it's definitely human, but I see what you're saying because it has like flowers in it. I just have never seen that on a human, so I don't know if that's like a new hairstyle or something. But yeah, I mean, we hear about the Shining Blade having multiple versions of them, and I think at some point they even mentioned that there was like 5 of them or something made. Like, I think someone else mentions that or something. I'm not sure. But you know, that and then Legavo, I don't know. So it's just, you know, again, that's kind of the video that I wanted to make. That was something that I wanted to talk about, something that I felt like they could have done better. You know, they could have definitely, whoop, I don't know what that was. So haven't checked the hairstyle kit. Why does my camera look? My camera does this automatically. Why? Oh, is it because of these up there? Oh, I think it's because of those rings. Hello. Yeah, so I don't know. It was very the patch was very underwhelming in my opinion. Very just played through it and that was it. Do they have anything hidden under these? Feels like the perfect. Because they do actually have one weapon on display. They have this weapon on display, which there is a lore book that talks about the sword. So you can actually cut yourself on the sword. There's another instance in a different area where you can, I think, poison yourself or set yourself on fire. Is that the licking the? I think it's licking the thing. But yeah, you can cut yourself on the sword, right? And it doesn't say anything, but there is some kind of, I don't think it's this. Is it this? I don't think it's this. No, there's some kind of missive somewhere. I want to say it's in the other temple, where it talks about this weapon. It talks about the sword, and it talks about how, like, amazing the sword was or something. And again, we have it on display, but we don't use it. You know, you already have it in there, and again, you may and like you said, Mish, they make a joke out of it. Yeah, you can cut yourself on the sword. Okay, cool. That's like a joke a 3-year-old enjoys. Can we like, I don't know. That's just not whatever, right? Like that's just stupid to me. You know what I mean? Like that's just not interesting. Like that doesn't, again, you're kind of ignoring your own lore that you're creating yourself. And it's just, it feels bad. It just feels bad. That's all it is, you know? Yeah. Oh, look at me. Did it. I did it. There's a missive somewhere. Oh, I kind of want to find it. Can we go? What? Oh no, that's just like a thing. Okay. There's nothing in here, right? Oh my god, I'm turning really slowly. There's nothing in here, right? Oh, that's right. We transform on this one. There's something else that you can touch in this map that like kind of poisons you or something like that. Here on this map, in the background of the Guild Wars 3 trailer. I guess they do, yeah. I suppose I could see that. Again, I still think that my theory, you know, my theory that I have is that still, you know, that the seers are like the progenitors of many of the things on Tyria, right? Because they were like the ancient almighty race that everyone wanted to learn from, and they all wanted to learn from the teachings of the seers, right? And so we see a lot of influence, right, from the, you know, from the seers and a lot of the architecture and the magic and all of these things. Like, doesn't this remind you here of Divinity's Reach, right? Divinity's Reach, like the garden that they have up there. A little bit with that dome-like structure like that with the glass top. Makes you wonder who's the main villain of Guild Wars 3. Marganite's Forgotten. Those who watch. What's this again? Those are all the ones that we see. When our watch ends, theirs begins. I don't know. I feel like, is it gonna be the Marganites? It could be the Marganites, right? Could it be the Marganites? I mean, yeah, I think ArenaNet wants to keep a lot of those things, you know, to have something to talk about for the next year and a half, right? Like I think that's going to be a big thing. Is the idea of them really just bits by bits. They're going to give us like tiny little bits every month and really just stretching it out but keeping us interested just enough. So this is where the character meets the Cryptus, right? We learn about that, which was a really cool thing. I mean, I like that. Again, kind of connecting the Cryptus with the Seers in a way, which is really cool, giving the Cryptus a little bit more of a background. I like it. I'm a friend to that. Fighting Marganites could be hints at the first signs of Abaddon's betrayal or whatnot. It could be. I mean, they could have like they could have maybe that not all Marganites are directly bad, but that there's just like some factions that are not okay with the other gods, right? They could have like a separate faction that are kind of like, you know, something like the White Mantle, right? They could have like a White Mantle in the Marganites that, you know, where the story ends a little bit differently compared to the White Mantle, where actually, you know, if you take something like the White Mantle, like if we imagine the story of the White Mantle where they take over, right? It's the same idea where maybe this faction of the Marganites are these, you know, they're trying to make people believe like, oh, Abaddon is the one and only God, and that's the only one we need to follow, right? And we got a little bit of that in there, and we kind of have to fight them, but in the end we pretty much lose, and they still take, you know, they still take over or whatever, you know, could still have that. And who doesn't like fighting pirates? Well, that would suggest that we have water combat. Not necessarily underwater combat, but water combat. Speaking of underwater, and this was something that came up in yesterday's stream, when I played with my sister, because we were playing, she hasn't played through Secrets of the Obscure yet, so I was helping her with her story there, and we're talking about, like, you know, all the things that happen in Secrets of the Obscure, and going to Nios and all that. But what about the Largos? Do you guys think we could see the Largos in Guild Wars 3? Maybe having some kind of ties to the Orions in some shape or form. Hey, the sea exists out there now. I mean, it's true. Seeing the Crystal Sea will be really amazing. I like it.
See anything worth reporting now?
I'm a fan. The Crystal Sea. Depends on how long they live for. I definitely wouldn't mind at all.
There are all sorts of
I mean, I think it would be really cool, right? Like, I think it would be...
God's answered my prayers, but
I'm a fan of that idea, personally.
Here's your food.
Because it would be kind of cool to see Largo, maybe a playable race, maybe for an expansion, maybe the underwater expansion that I wanted all along will happen in Guild Wars 3, and we're gonna get playable Largos. How freaking cool would that be? Imagine an underwater expansion for Guild Wars 3 with Largos as playable races. A playable race, I mean. What? Am I a genius or what? I've just solved the world's problems right here. With that idea. Just that idea alone. It would be a great alternative to Tengu. I think it would be an interesting alternative to Tengu. See, because you know how like Sylvari and Char, for example, you can modify on Char, you can modify their horns. On Sylvari, you can modify their, you know, their bioluminescence or whatever, right? We could modify like the wings on Largos, right? And you get like different wing types. Oh, I think that'd be so cool. And like have different types of wings. They don't all have to look that way. They could like look differently. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. What is it? There's a thing here, right? What is this again? Doyen, do you know Weep? I give you this. You're raw. Oh yeah, that's right. Talking about raw giving his Sue to become part of the all seer. Hey. Yeah, that would really be N-Tau. Just kidding. But no, I agree. That would be cool. I don't know. I feel like I feel like that's it for playable races, right? Like, what other race could we possibly see? Because, you know, I mean, all the ones that we've talked about, right? So we could see I don't think we're gonna see Char, because Char were very, you know, they were the enemy, right? Like they were kind of, well, they weren't the enemy, but I think at the time they were very like in Ascalon, and I don't think we're gonna see Ascalon. I don't think we're gonna go that far. I don't think we're ever gonna deal with that, and they don't start pushing back until much later, right? So we're gonna see them. So we could see humans, we could see Asura, right? We could see Coden, which all three of these are seemingly confirmed. We could see dwarfs. We could see Silvari, potentially. Tengu. Largos. Honestly, the only other I'd love to is Frog Rays like Hylic, but I don't even think Hylic existed at all in this era of Guild Wars 3. Well, we don't know anything about the Hylic. I mean, did they not exist? What makes you think they didn't exist in Guild Wars 3 at the time? Just, do you think it just doesn't fit into the story of Guild Wars 3? Or is it like... Ooh, hello. Nice. I'm gonna say hi to this guy. Can I pet him? Can. No, look at him. He's so cute. Did they have smart Jotun back then, or did they already have? I don't know if we know. So that's actually interesting. That's a great thought. I don't know if we know when the Jotun fell from grace, I guess you could say. We could probably find that out though. Hold on. Guild Wars 2 timeline. If we look at the timeline, I want to take a look at that real quick. And I can pull it up for you guys as well, so we can look at it together. Together, like a group, like friends. We can look at it together. It's somewhere. Oh my god, I have too many things. There it is. Ta-da! Oh, you guys can't see it. I'm gonna kind of keep it moving this way, because I think if I hide guild, hold on. Ta-da! There it is. Lovely. Awesome. Can I zoom in? Is that okay? We can zoom in a little bit so we can kind of read this a little bit better. Just so you guys know, zooming in on the wiki is like the best thing ever. If you guys have never done it, because I think a lot of the writing is very small, but as you can see, they have it like formatted to the point where like tables like this get smaller with it, so you can still read all the things. So we're talking about where are we talking about? We're talking about like 170 VE. I think we're talking about like 100, like this is the time right here that we're talking about Guild Wars 3 is gonna, oh, you guys can't see it all the way. Hold on, you guys. I will fix this. Ugh, this sucks. I gotta zoom out just once. No, zoom in once. Zoom in once. Zoom in once will work. All right. I remember there's a Jotun path and a Jotun telescope in the Ra dungeon. Yes, there is. I actually, for those of you that haven't seen it, I've made a big Myth Theory video on my channel where I talk about the Jotun, their powers, and the telescope specifically, and what we see in there. But yes, so the telescope in the thing is, that doesn't mean that Jotun were in Ra, because we actually know for a fact that the telescope was brought there by the gods. The human gods collected the telescope and brought it to Ra themselves. Because at some point in time, the gods were said to walk, they ventured across Tyria and collected all kinds of things like the Bloodstone and the telescope. Those were the two that were actually mentioned. So that doesn't mean Jotun were in Ra. Sun is prominently featured in the tapestry, so Hylic playable race confirmed. Wow. Do you feel better after that long stretch? Because that's what that is. A long ass stretch. So let's look at... So it's weird because okay, so Guild Wars 1 takes place right here. Okay? And Colin said that it's 1,000. They said two separate dates. They said 1,000 years to 1,200 years. So 1,000 to 1,200. Okay, that's the two dates that they kind of gave us. So if we go back from this, right, which is 1070 AE, and we go back, so 1,000 would put us at 70 AE, right? 70 AE is right over here. Primeval kings spread their rule into Vabi in the desolation. Abaddon's mouth erupts and scatters the 5 bloodstones. We're not going to see this, right? The first of 3 guild wars begins sometime during this period in an attempt to control the powerful bloodstones. So they do talk a little bit about the guild wars. Didn't Colin say in the interview that it takes place before the first guild wars? Which would place it anywhere between 108 AE and probably around here. Somewhere around here. Okay? I don't know if around here, but like somewhere around this part, right? Which we have Marganites rule the unending ocean. The lengthy war. During a lengthy war, Dorg pleads to the goddess Duena, who establishes a new credo for her faithful. Humans settle Ascalon, driving the char north. King Dorg receives the first Canthan ambassador, which I think we see some Canthans. I'm still like in one of the actually in the trailer and in one of the concept arts, we can see someone dressed in Asian attire. I feel like we're already having contact with Canthans there, but that doesn't mean that this has anything to do with it, right? They've been special all over Tyria. They did exactly that. Confirmed 1,200. It's right at the start of time Granthus newly appointed. But that's the thing, because right here, Desmina becomes the first follower of Grenth. Balthazar assists a human army in achieving victory. Ewan and his atheist tribes were cursed by Melandru, which is something that we hear in the scriptures of Melandru, and I talked about that earlier. How they were transformed into... they don't believe in the gods, and they were transformed into these trees or something. I think she like transforms them into a forest. And so now, instead of people, they're forest, right? And they're these trees or something like that. And then we have Lissa tests the villagers of Ren and finds only Sarah worthy. We talked about that earlier, too. But if we add... Okay, I can't do the math in my head because I'm an idiot. So if we do negative 48 plus 1,200, that only puts us... that puts us over. That puts us way over this. Because that would actually put us at 15... This would tell... Yeah, this would put us almost into... I mean, into this territory here. Actually, here. This would lead us right into like Palawa Joko's invasion of this, and like in between here, Jormag Awakening, right? If we're doing 1,200 before this, right? So if we do 72 minus 1,200, that would put us at negative 128, which put us between this. Right? There's kind of a discrepancy here, because I feel like from what they're talking about, right? They're talking about shortly after Grenth took over, right? Like, there's like a 80-year difference there. So because is usurping doom. I'm going the wrong direction? What do you mean? I went forward and then backwards. Because if we go forward right here, 1,200 years, we land way later than Guild Wars. Okay. Oh, actually, it's not. It's 1070 minus 1,200, which is negative 130. So if we go negative 130, that's, again, it's in between here. It's in between the Marganite vessels rule the unending ocean and King Doric pleading to the goddess Dwayna, who establishes a new credo, which I don't know what that is. Oh, it's in the scriptures of Dwayna. We shall read together, friends. We shall learn together about Dwayna and King Doric. And the world rang with the clanging of swords, and did fire fall from the skies. Dwayna, goddess of life and air, heard the wailings and pleas of the weak. And when the rumblings of war did not cease, came her charge, Doric, who prostrated himself at her feet. And cast she now a glance upon the war-torn lands and wasted flesh of the fallen, and with tears upon her cheek did lay her gentle hands upon the prostrate man. Then saith she unto him and all her charges, Lay down thy weapons, and as I have done unto ye, so ye must do for your brethren. Offer protection to the weak, give solace and shelter to those who need it. Be ye a salve to the wounded. But I am your goddess, and I will give blessings to all who follow these teachings. So is this what we're gonna do? Is this us? Lay your hands on my prostate. On why you went down, never mind. It's okay. But yeah, so is this the start of Guild Wars 3? Is this what we're talking about when we're talking about the start of Guild Wars 3? Is it right here, 100 BE? Or what? No, I went wrong. 115 BE, because that would be closer. That would put us like a lengthy war, right? That's very interesting. Why was there a war? So maybe we're exploring something here, right? King Doric pleads with the goddess Dwayna, but we don't know what this war is. Are we fighting this war? Because they don't talk about who's fighting whom, right? And we know that King Doric is the king of all the kingdoms, right? But he's not even, like, Ascalon hasn't been even established yet, right? Doric is crowned king, so he's not even king yet. Do you see that? So this is very interesting. There's 15 years here. Do you see that? So is this where we could see the start in the lineup of the tapestry? I mean, she's the farthest on the left, right? I want to see Jotun. I want to see Jotun's Jotun. Okay, so we don't know. Let's go back to the question that we had earlier. The war when they all have magic and greedy with it, I think? Or was that the Guild War? No, that was the Guild War. That you're talking about the third Guild War? Or the first, I'm sorry, the first Guild War? Which actually is... Didn't we just see it somewhere? Am I stupid? Because the Guild Wars happen after. Right here. So the Guild Wars, and that's what I don't really understand when Colin, because Colin mentioned something about the first Guild War, right? And he said, oh, it takes place like shortly before the Guild War, the first Guild War, whatever. The first Guild War, technically, when we look at the times, takes place 200 years after what he's saying Guild Wars 3 takes place. There's a weird discrepancy here, where I'm like, we know that this was the first of 3 Guild Wars begin sometime during this period in an attempt to control the powerful Bloodstones, because the Bloodstones erupt, scattering across all of Tyria, right? So is there some kind of, is this war maybe that we hear about here, is this also a guild war? Is this like a secret guild war that they didn't talk about or something? Is that what he's talking about? Is this the war that he's talking about? Or is he getting confused on some of the stuff that he's saying? Like maybe he didn't mean to say guild war and he just meant to say war? Because, you know, let's be real. I talk all the time and I say random shit all the time. That's wrong, you know? So that's kind of where I'm questioning this, right? Like I'm kind of questioning where we are in the timeline, because there's a 200-year discrepancy. And remember, Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 take place 250 years apart from each other. And there's a huge difference in both games. We can see that in the environments, we can see that in the people, we can see that in the stories and the whatever is happening, right? So that would be a big difference in what's actually happening in the world, right? You see all of these events happen, you know, Abaddon being defeated, right? And then the Guild Wars start, right? Like, Abaddon is already gone. But in the tapestry, we can see Abaddon. So I don't think this takes place during the first Guild War. I think it takes place during this. I think we're going to meet Doric in the story, and we're gonna, you know, it's gonna be like we're gonna be fighting in this war or something. It's some kind of war. We don't know, and that's a good premise, right? Because you have a conflict that you can use, you know, in the space, right? You have a conflict there. That's no details. We know nothing about it, right? So it's a blank slate for Arena to fill in. It could be a war with the Centaurs. It could be a war with the Margonites. It could be a war with, you know, each other, right? A guild war or whatever, right? It could be, you know, a war against the Char. It could be a war against, you know, the Mother Nature. It could be a war against, you know, working 5 days a week and we only want to do a 4-day work week. Like, you know, I don't know. It could be anything. So they had a magic war. They split the magic into stones. Then the guild war. They had a magic war. Well, we don't know if that was a magic war. Could we have a look at to see at Doric's wiki section? Yes, we can. Then the guild war was for the bloodstones. I mean, we don't know if that was. We don't know what the magic there was, because we know also. I'll go back to the Doric page in a second, but right here in 1BE, you know, the war with the gods, where the gods fought each other, right? Abaddon gives magic to the races of Tyria, resulting in wars emerging across Tyria. So there's other wars here that. But remember, 100 years later is set to sometime around here is where the guild wars start. There's 100 years between Abaddon giving magic to the world, right? But I think the reason the guild wars break out is because they put the bloodstone, rescind the magic in Tyria to the bloodstone, sealed with Doric's blood, stored in the volcano, and prevent anyone from wielding power of a magic again. But then the bloodstones erupt, or the Abaddon's mouth erupts and shoots the bloodstones out into the world, and that's when they fought about the magic, because the bloodstone splitting and going across, or the scatters the 5 bloodstones across Tyria, because it doesn't split in the mouth. They're already split, but they're in the mouth. But the splitting of, or the scattering of the 5 bloodstones is where the magic returns to Tyria. Because the bloodstones magic seeps back into the world, right? And that's how kind of magic kind of returns, and that's where the guild wars start, because they want to take control of the powerful bloodstones. Let's look at Doric's page though. Where's Doric? Doric, where are you? We could have a look at Doric's wiki to see if it hints at a Veil Warden or spirit stuff. Let's do it. Becoming king. According to the scriptures of the goddess Dwayna, written in 116 BE, a devastating war was raging across Tyria and reached the ears of Dwayna. Doric approached the goddess and prostrated himself at her feet. Very unfortunate typo there. Which prompted Duena to lay her hands on him as she urged him and all her charges to lay down their weapons and offer protection to the weak. The goddess's words, "Be self to the wounded," became the famous phrase associated with the Church of Duena. Doric was the first person to unite the human tribes of the Tyrian continent. Okay. And was crowned the king of the Republic of Ascalon in 100 BE, so 16 years later. So maybe this is in Behe, they speak of pushing the char, maybe that it could be a repetitive little thing. Yeah, I don't think they would do the char. I don't think they're going to do another, because you're right, I think that's very repetitive to Guild Wars 1, and they want to do a unique setting, and I don't think they want to really do that, because the pushing of the char happened in Ascalon, right? The char we're talking about Guild Wars 3 takes place in Or, and Ascalon is very, very far away, right? And so, because the char only occupy Ascalon, but then the humans settle Ascalon. They want to settle Ascalon. They push the char north, right? So I think that's very disconnect. I mean, it's very, that's like across the world at that point, right? It's very far away. Guild Wars 2 makes it seem really small, but it's technically like huge. I mean, that's like a very, very far away country, right? That this is happening at. But I think right here, I think we might be getting a hint. Okay, do you guys see how it says the first person to unite the human tribes of the Tyrian continent? So maybe after landing on Tyria, the humans split into tribes, and that's where the war happens. Maybe they split into tribes, and each of the tribes have guilds, because in the trailer they talk about guilds. And maybe these different tribes have different guilds representing them. And so maybe Doric leads the Veil Wardens to unite all the tribes of the humans under one banner. And we do that in Or. Maybe there's different tribes of Or or something, right? Received the ambassador from Cantha. It was said that he was a kind and noble ruler, a man of humility, faith, and reason. At some point, the six gods gifted Ascalonian royalty with the god Balthazar's magical sword Sohasin and its twin Magther, as well as a magical crown to protect the kingdom. It is said that King Doric's crown, which may have been the same as the crown which the six had gifted to royalty, was adorned with shooting stars. Bam. I just want to point to my Myths Theory video. This is not something I talked about in my theory video, but that's very interesting. The tapestry has a lot of stars on it. Some connections there. I don't know. I'm just saying. It's very mysterious. There's a lot of very, very mysterious things happening when we talk about the stars and we talk about the myths, okay? King Doric oversaw the expansion of humanity into Ascalon in the beginnings of Kryta, though the latter did not become an official settlement until 300 BE. So Kryta will not be a thing. Because that's 200, 120 to 200 years after, or no, even longer, because that's AE. So we're talking about after Exodus. We're talking about many a years, like 400 years after Guild Wars 3, that Kryta becomes a thing. He founded Rin for the study of arcane arts. So King Doric is this weird character that has lived for a very long time. He seems to have some kind of lengthy lifetime. Okay. He founded Rin for the study of arcane arts and in order to create a powerful defensive force with mages of immense power. Although Draskir initially served as the seat of government, Rin eventually became the capital. The king had a summer estate in Lion's Arch. Despite Doric's involvement with Ascalon, the Orion history scrolls would eventually claim, likely for propaganda, that the king had created the human system of governance and had sheltered his people first in Or, and then, as the population grew, sent them out into Tyria with his blessing. One of the sources is for a historical monument of King King's Watch, and that model for the tomb had a griffin-looking monster statue. I don't remember if that's generic or unique. I believe it's generic because we do see that same statue in a lot of different places, I think. But it could be, I mean, because you're talking about like having that be like the creatures that we see in the trailer, I'm guessing, right? These like, you know, spirits or whatever. I mean, it could be something that they could lean on, right? They could kind of connect that still, nonetheless. Could be his Veil Beast. Yeah, the Seeker thing. So it looks like we do indeed have magic before Abaddon gives magic to everyone. So Doric and us Whale Wardens are quite unique if this is indeed the case. So sorry we wind up. Doric might even be the wizardly fella featured in Tapestry. Hell yeah, I'm so far all this turns out true. Yeah, so that's pretty good, right? I want to talk about, let's look at this because I read this earlier. This is really, really cool. The Third Guild War began right there. Alright, so that's very close to Guild Wars 1. The Nation of Or, however, believed itself favored by the gods, favored of the gods. The Orients stayed neutral in the war. Blah, blah, blah. The Land of Kings. These scrolls are part of a work called A Land of Kings. Doric was the first king of Tyria. His kingdom encompassed the lands we now know as Or, Ascalon, and Creta. According to the ancient scrolls, all human royalty descends from this first king. Doric created a human system of governance. He sheltered his people. He was a kind, noble ruler. We just read all that. King Zoran. In other words, unremarkable King Zoran was of Or was a patron and seafarer. He guided Or's navy. So this happens much later. King Reza happens even later. Everyday magic and Or and signets. So this is very interesting. This is something that they could lean on. This is something that we knew about right here, specifically signets. So let's read about it. There are two scrolls in the pile. One is a merchant's travel journal entitled Everyday Magic and Or, and the other a research paper with the heading Signets. Okay, Everyday Magic and Or. My early career as a merchant began in Foible's Fair, which is a outpost we can go to in southern Ascalon. Imagining my stock at my first encounter with the enchanted markets of Ren. So enchanted markets of Ren. Ren being a city we can actually see right there, village of Ren. We can actually see that in Guild Wars 2. We can go there to destroy city. Fishmongers display life catch and watery orbs above their tents. Porters enhance their strength with spells, routinely carrying loads that would cripple a pack bull. Interesting. So they use magic a lot more, like, openly, you know, there's a lot more there. The finest silks ripple in the air, showing their quality. Remind you guys of anything? Reminds me a little bit of the trailer of Guild Wars 3. Songs play themselves on golden lyres. Parents project their voices across the squares to find the ear of a wayward child. Yet the real oddity is just how normal all this seems to them. It makes me ponder, how did magic become so common, so everyday? In Ascalon, we apply magic only to things of import, when ordinary means cannot succeed. For the Orients, magic is like any other tool, to be used at whim and with little concern. I worry at what this means for Or. Such great feats with so little caution, surely even in the land of the gods, there must be a cost. Which again is hinting at the Cataclysm, right? But then we have signets. This is really, really cool. So let's learn about signets. I kind of know, but I want to refresh my... the gods in their wisdom dispersed their magic through Tyria. Magic was dissipated so that none might be too tempted by its power. We know that we can draw and contain magic through intense study and the use of certain materials, signets, and also with the blessing of the Six. Have the Orient people simply internalized these blessings? Is the land there so magical that all are born with the ability to use magic without the need for education? My theory will require more research. ... Right? So reading that is really cool. So they talk about that others have to use these signets to kind of strengthen their magical powers and be blessed by the Six, where Orient people seem to just be born with it, and they just have this, like, all these magical abilities, and they're just much more in tune with magic in general, right? Twitch is annoying to the viewer too. I tried pausing. Well, I am. Oh. Am I not? What? Nian, what is that to? What is this message? Is that towards a specific person? I don't know what this message is. I'm a little confused on this message. Did I miss something? Is this like a bot? What's going on here? Everyone else in tier is wizards or sorcerers. Tier is wizards. No, I'm confused. This is so weird, right? What is going on there? I'm just gonna see how that turns out. I don't know. Very odd bot if it's a bot. Yeah, I don't. It sounds like this person's having a conversation about something that I maybe mentioned way early on, and they're not caught up to life. That's what it looks like to me. They're like messaging, but not realizing that they're not watching live. That they're watching like an early part of the stream. Because I talked way early on in the stream before we did anything. I talked about Twitch a little bit, right? So maybe that's what they're talking about. I don't know. I'm sorry, Nian, if you're like, you know, you'll get to this point in 4 hours. So if you keep watching, you'll get there. But anyways, so this is really cool, right? So I think that this is something. This is really cool because this enhances what we know about Guild Wars 3, that Orion people, right? Because we're going to be a person of Or, right? We're probably going to be from Or or something, maybe born on Or or whatever, right? This would kind of go hand in hand with Guild Wars 3, right? This random scroll that we find in Or. We actually find this in Or. In Malkor's Leap. This is a book that we find in Malkor's Leap. So that's really cool. I like that because, you know, that enhances a little bit there. There are 2 scrolls, Sinking of Or Rises Again. At the height of the Third War, blah, blah, blah. Cauldrons, Panic, blah, blah, blah. We already know this. Yep. Rose, or suddenly Elder Dragon. Ara, City of the Gods and Tragedy of Malkor. Can't spell sorcerer without Or. And it's 3 letters. Guild Wars 2. So, oh my god, I love that. That is really funny. That's really funny, but it makes sense. You're not wrong. Or can't spell sorcerer without Or. That's funny. There are 2 scrolls in the pile. Ara, City of the Gods, and Tragedy of Malkor. The 6 gods of the humans are said to have resided for a time within the nation of Or, in the heart of the legendary city of Ara. There is little evidence to show where the gods came from or where they have gone in these modern days. Their impact on human society, however, is incontestable. Incontestable. I said that correctly. I had to reread that. The 6 gods lived in the city of Ara among their mortal followers. Sadly, the glory of their presence was too much for human senses to take in. All right, I know, Mish, you hate it. I get it. I get it. You're going to have to bear with me for just till we read this. And their radiance blinded those who stared too long upon their visage. Yet the 6 wished their people to know them, for they loved their followers a great deal. They chose one man, the sculptor Malkor, and granted him audience. His task was to make a statue of each god, so that humans might know their creators. Malkor was called before Dwayna and asked to take on this burden. When he saw her, Malkor fell instantly in love, and no matter what the cost to himself, he could not refuse her request. One by one, Malkor recreated the visages of the gods in stone. As he did, that god would retire back to the heart of Ara, and he would see them no more. And so he saved Dwayna for the last, that he might be in her presence the longest. Malkor completed the statues, but even as he did so, his eyes failed him. His side burned by the glory of the gods. It is said that such was his love for Dwayna, that he still completed her statue, having memorized every fraction of her immortal beauty. Jesus. Guild Or 3.
We've collected one.
That's funny. When it was done, he asked Dwayna if she favored the image, and weeping, Dwayna allowed him to touch her face. that he might know the precision with which, even blinded, he had carved her image. But then, as she knew she must, the goddess Duena left and returned to Ara, leaving the sculptor alone. I think he did more than touch her face. I think he touched her in the no-no square and created Grant. There it is, right there. So someone write that. Write that fan fiction. Someone write that fan fiction, will you? Tormented and blind. What? Yeah, tormented and blind, Melkor stood upon the cliffs near Duena's cathedral, where her statue would forever stand. Realizing he would never again see his beloved, Melkor cast himself into the sea. The site of his death is called Melkor's Leap, and each year Orient maidens wreath the rocks with flowers in memory of the famous sculptor and his loss. Is there a char yelling at you? There is a char yelling at me. It's just, you know, whatever. I'm gonna go into the login screen. Oops. There is it. There we go. All right. The 6. The scrolls seem to be multiple volumes of a single work, a collection of prose about the human gods entitled The 6. The first of the gods to step forth from the mist was Duena, goddess of air and life. She placed her pale foot on the stones of Ara, opened the gates, and brought humanity to the world. She chose Tyria and brought with her those who would make this world a paradise, as she had promised. Duena led her people to peace. Balthazar came in fire and wrath, carrying the head of his father and leading his fierce hounds Tamar and Tegan. He swept Or with a cleansing flame. It was he who claimed Tyria for humanity, he who said the other races would be easy to defeat. It would not be the only time that the master of war was wrong. Okay. Next came the goddess of nature, wise Melandru, oldest of them all, made of ore a green and flowering expanse. She urged peace with the races already present on this world, but her advice was not heeded. When she saw destruction, she brought creation. Where she saw anger, she grew love. With this, Melandru prepared for a future she knew would be troubled. So there was war with other races when the humans arrived. So could this war be maybe with the other races? You know, maybe that's the two who are one, Issa and Lys, which is actually incorrect. It's Ilya and Lys, brought with her the hope and beauty of humanity. And it says it right there. It says it right there. Ilya and Lys. That is what they're known as, the two twin sisters. Not sure why the scroll got that wrong. It said Issa and Lys. I don't know why, but while the other gods focused on building Ara and beginning a new future, Lyssa gave them joy and helped them forget the past. For a while she lived. So we know that humans fled, or the gods brought the humans from a place where they weren't doing so good. And so they were these refugees in a way, fleeing whatever home world they were at, right? For a while she lived veiled and hidden in the village of Ren. When the building of Ara was completed, Lyssa was commanded to join the other gods, though her tears fell like rain along the western road. So that's really interesting. She was commanded? Who commanded her? The other gods? Duena, specifically? Who did it? Who did it? What do you think about all the voice actors we've enjoyed, loved? Think they will do voices? Oh, 100%. Voices of the Gods, voice actor for Doric, I can see. Oh, 100%. We're going to see all those famous people. We're going to see all the people. I mean, I would love to see Felicia Day again. I don't know if we're going to see her again, but... I can comment on the video afterwards. Okay, so we found out Nian is watching from the past. Their thing of the past. I'll find out in a couple of hours. Yes. So Nian, if you're still watching 4 hours in, I agree with you. I hate Twitch on a lot of different levels. I think Twitch as a platform is really, really it's very detrimental to the people like me that have small channels that try to grow, because it doesn't promote any growth. It actually pushes all the people that are trying to grow further down to the bottom, which helps them not grow at all. And that's very sad. And I think they don't care about that, right? When you go onto the website of, when you go to Twitch, they advertise the big people there, and that's what they care about. And it's very sad to me, right? So, yeah, answering good luck and enjoy. Yeah, right? But yeah, I do agree on that for sure. So, I do like, the thing is, I like YouTube better as a platform. The problem is not many people watch live on YouTube. So I kind of have to do both, right? Like, it kind of sucks. I mean, most of my viewers, all of you guys are on YouTube, right? But I am live on Twitch right now. So whatever, anyways. Anywho, so Lissa was commanded. Sorry, I keep shifting because my seat cushion always gets like all crazy. Especially when I'm like slouching. I'm gonna slouch a little bit for, I've been leaned back so much. Among them, okay, so Abaddon, god of secrets. Among them was Abaddon, once secret keeper, now betrayer. How have you fallen from the glorious days of old? What passed beyond in the mists only you remember? Okay, so playing Guild Wars 3, Abaddon is not a bad guy. Will we get secrets out of him that will tell us about the past of humanity? Abaddon, Abaddon, your name has been erased from the towers, your cathedral condemned to the sea. Turn your faces away, O sons and daughters, and let not his gifts tempt you. Grenth, son of Duena, first god born of Tyria. His powers deal in mortality and judgment. Defeater of doom, lord of the seven reapers, he's the prince of ice and sorrow. Standing before his immortal mother, Grenth claimed his place among the gods. Where his father had fallen, Grenth would rise. I wanted to read that. And I wanted to talk about Dreskir, Nonlani Academy. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, I want to talk, none of Ascalon's academics of magic remain intact, academies, of magic remain intact after the searing. In its prime, the Academy of Nonlani was known all across Tyria as one of the most prestigious schools of magic on the entire continent. Ambassadors from Ora and Kryta often made special arrangements to have their children study here, even though they were not of Ascalon descent. So again, really cool. Like, will we hear about, right? Because ambassadors from Ore went to Nolan. Like, will we hear about Draskir and maybe that all happens much later, right? So will we hear about that? I don't know. I kind of wanted to read about that a little bit because I love that. But that all happens like much later. I mean, that's 300 AE, so I doubt we're gonna hear about that. But yeah, so I'm thinking right here is where Guild Wars 3 starts. I wonder if Beacon of Ages or Beacon of Stone was already around in Ascalon, and we'll meet Ascarin under one of his disguises. Storg and Ascarin are one and the same. Didn't Patha call him Majesty? Correct. Patha actually says that, and he says no titles in my home is his response. But how would Patha know that though, right? Like, that is such an obscure thing. Why would Patha know that? There's a lot of things that Patha doesn't know about it. Why would she know that he's King Doric? I don't know why she calls him His Majesty, Your Majesty, but yeah, I don't know. Beacon of Ages. Can we learn about the Beacon of Ages? Beacon of Ages is one of the structures. Beacon. Sunrise Tower. How do you know it's called this Beacon of Stone? Is that put somewhere? I don't remember that being called that. We get the origin story of Mag there. It would be really cool to definitely learn about some of these magical artifacts that the gods had, again, which would, you know, we can compare it to something like, you know, Isgarin ridicules the gods a lot, right? And he talks in the story a lot about, you know, the gods, quote unquote, right? He always quotes the gods. And so it's going to be interesting to see the comparison to something like Legavo and Mulmont and the Dorat Fine, and how those magical items of the seers compared to the magical artifacts of the gods of the human gods, right? Like, are they comparable in strength, or is this like, no, these are divine? Because again, we just heard the two characters on the map of Eternity's Garden talk about how, you know, the one researcher talked about, like, quote unquote divine implements, right? They thought they were divine implements, but they weren't really that divine. But it's like, are Magther and Sohathan comparable to something like that, you know? Tyria dubbed it the Wizards. Tyria dubbed it the Wizards Folly Tower, not our chosen, of course. We have beacon sites of this all over the world, right? We learn about the others. Sunrise Tower was the tallest spire of the Palace of Ascalon. The tower collapsed when the Asura cranks attacked the city with a golem composed of all the bones of the Ascalonian army and the Flame Legion. Fallen Flame Legion, created using the golem's eye. It is suggested by Isgarin that the Sunrise Tower is a beacon, an ancient structure from during or before the previous Dragon Rise cycle that acts as a conduit. We know that the Vizier's Tower... Isn't the Vizier's Tower? The Vizier's Tower is actually said to be one of those. It is suggested by Isgarin that the Vizier's Tower... Wayfinder, after everything I must thank you. As you pause, reflect on things settled over long. You were one of the collections resting on a building around Ascalon. That same collection quest says you collect the Astral Ward manual at Rada. Oh, really? This calling the other guy wanted them to tell us which of hers were in the trailer, and they didn't. Guess the fourth race is Char. Does anyone know what Nian is talking about? It's really hard to have a conversation with someone that's 4 hours behind on the stream, but I didn't really cover yesterday's stream, but I don't know what they're talking about. The 4 races were in the trailer. Why were there 4 races in the trailer? Are they talking about because there was one hooded figure in the thing? Is that what they're saying? Every time I see a Scar and talks about, leans more and more towards him being Doric. Oh God help. I don't know. I wouldn't think too much about, I wouldn't put too much into that. I don't think that Asgard would disguise himself as a human. What other disguises has he done? He hasn't disguised himself, has he? Maban was the one that disguised himself as a human for a time. Has Isgarn disguised himself before? Do we know that? Okay, Beacon Stone is something you collect. Hold on, I still want to read all that. Oh God, do I have to scroll all the way up? Beacon Stone? I think it's just a stone. Yeah, I think it's just a stone that you find. I think it's just a stone that's there's a small stone in Ascalon in the remains. So I don't think it's actually called the beacon. I don't think it's called the beacon of stone. I just think it's a stone that's from the beacon. But that's interesting. Has a plan for Tyria Futures because of the Obscurus collection. Yeah, it's really cool that Rada Paten 10 was mentioned, because I mentioned that in the video today, that is the one place that we see Asura on land during the time of Or. Settle for too long. What is it? We have kept the walls around here up for ages. There's been much conflict all across there. Items have been left hidden in are making progress. Items retrieved. I suspect it fell from the tower when it was moved. Planning for Tyria's future, the tome was sealed away in one of the beacons in ore. Then it was lost when the continent fell. If it survived, it will be in a tower there. Which one? Its caretaker went mad and renamed it. I believe he started calling himself a vizier. Perhaps that will narrow it down. Bloodstone Caves, where I would hope it would remain. Do you know the food from the divinity's reach? Fond of the cuisine from... and also of the value of Bloodstone. Perhaps a combination. Cryptus research. What about the Cryptus research? The research was being done at Rada 10 before its demise. I wouldn't tarry long. I've talked. So this is interesting. So this Rada 10, P10. I think it's P10 or something. I don't know. This is like ancient Greece, and I don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, it's a language that I will never learn, and I'm not going to learn it. So, but Rada P10 is where the Asura. We know that during the Orient times, we know that they lived on ground. But the Cryptus research, the research was being done at Rada P10 before its demise. Meaning that in Guild Wars 3, we could have Cryptus. We could have stories of Cryptus. We could hear about Cryptus. Do you guys want to do Cryptus? Do you guys want to hear about Cryptus again? Who's ready for some Secrets of the Obscure 2? What do I need a Cryptus body for? Blah, blah, blah. Which of a missing stone? Form a beacon in Ascalon. Have faith, blah, blah. Okay, this is all like other things. But yeah, so we will see another beacon. We could see another beacon right here. It talks about the beacon in ore. You find the beacon stone. I like Cryptus. I do too, if they're done correctly. It would be cool to see someone like Febe, you know, or someone like that. Like see a giant Cryptus or something. God knows, we don't know how long they live for, right? Sunrise Tower is where you find that beacon stone. Correct. Yes. So we have that. That is the one in Ascalon. So we have that. Garenhof. Or, and then right here, we have a stone from the beacon in Ascalon. So, mommy Patha? No, thank you. Also, it would be baby Patha, because Patha does in the story talk about how. I just played it yesterday. She talked about a name. She talked about a person, and she was like, she saw, no. She talks about how she saw Asgarn once. Or something like that. And she saw Asgarn once when she was little. She actually says that. So it might be that, you know, maybe we'll see Patha as a child. Heyo. Baby Patha? That'd be kind of cute. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to lean into Cryptus or anything like that. I mean, I don't know. It's just interesting to kind of think about those things, you know? But has he disguised himself at all? I think the reason why I question the idea of him disguising himself is because I think Asgarn is too arrogant to disguise himself. Like, he doesn't see the need to disguise himself because he's all that and a slice of bread. Teeny bopper Patha. So I don't think that he would disguise himself as King Doric to live amongst the humans and lead them. Like, he's above that, I feel like, right? Like, he didn't get involved with any of the conflicts before. He was always like, nah, I'm gonna keep out of all of this and stuff. Like, it just feels like that wouldn't be his thing. Maybe cryptos were less fleshy before Epoch. Lady Mosin was described beautiful. Maybe there will be an equivalent of Sylvari. Well, could be. I mean, it depends on what you think is beautiful. Someone could say that Patha is beautiful, like a beautiful cryptus. Blue paint on my Jin now. Disguised himself as a Jin. When did that happen? I do remember you were correct. Later, is that right here? Am I right where this happened? When did he disguise himself as a Jin? He did do that, didn't he? Some of the owner of the just like street blah. I don't see it anywhere. Do we have disguise? Disguise. Nope, disguise is not anywhere. Is Garin 1048? Is that in here? Do we have dates? I'm just skimming through this. They said he used to be more blue because he would say he was a Jin. No, I believe, wasn't it said that he makes himself look more blue because he wants to look skin? Color? None of that. None of that is on here anywhere on the thing. Is that maybe in the, like, down here? The Grand Wizard Garin, the similar names and titles of questioning. So it could be that he disguised himself as the Grand Wizard Garin, right? The Garin's involvement was first teased in a blog post. Was it? Oh. Development sequence had a picture started taking place in a raid themed around. Garin would invite people over for a tour. Scar active middle despite the Steve being gentle, Scar is only referred to with masculine pronouns and fine with being called he. The curated mask scourge was a gift to Astral Cat named Mingu. I don't. Can we go back to the 1048? Is that AE? 1048. I don't see anything in there. Yeah, I don't know, because I remember there being something about a skin color. There's something about a skin color where I thought he made himself look more blue because he doesn't. Because the seers are more gray colored, but it talks about how he makes himself look more blue on purpose, but I don't remember why. I remember there being something like that. Decided against the seer involvement. This is fit for themselves, the creature of Shadowstone and Bloodstone. This side is kind of sorry. During the same side, despite signing has been used. Just everything you can. Signing silence. That banish is gone. It's not worth it. Blah blah blah. I saw that all yesterday. There's a joke about being blue. Oh. Dagda's diary? Dagda's diary. You found it? Oh my god, you're so good. See, you guys are so much better than I am. Let's read it. Some days I can tolerate mental guilt. Ever since patience, I can't help but think you push away. After all, I am now leader of this place. I need to behave. Some of the settled by our appearance. Lear usually gets delighted, given that he's made of stone. Maban chose to hide his wings to lessen the darkness, hoping that he may be mistaken. Okay, right here. Maban chose to hide his wings to lessen the dark. So it was Maban that was mistaken for a djinn, hoping that he may be mistaken for a djinn. But why is it the presence of a Jotun and a woman at that is so shocking? Or at least some people were driven now, rescued many years ago. For Skyrim asked me to hide myself, change myself. No, I could have killed him on the spot, but I knew I'd be dead before the thought finished. Or was he's goodbye, angry you, but she was warms from the terrifying relationship, leaving with her path. Okay, nothing about his Garin changing. So my first thought was I'm not buying Guild Wars 3. I don't want to be without my favorite race. Well, Neon, you're gonna find something else to like, I'm sure. They'll make the other races interesting, I'm sure. Strategic scenario. We don't care about that. Strategic scenario. We don't care about those. Torn journal. Era's memorial was a few weeks ago. This is all like pack my okay. That's all her stuff, right? And that ends with journal page 6. Thoughtfully written note. Your friend Maban. The market, the Mersad, fragments of Lear's, Dagda's diary. She stood at water's edge holding some doodad I'd never seen before. Her eyes glowed and she began to recite some unfamiliar. Flick of her finger, she inserted the spark into the device, and for only a few moments, the world around me was changed. The forge was there, my people were there. It was snowing. I saw a dwarf standing before me, hands offering something. I rubbed my eyes. My hands were wet. I was crying. The white spark had transmitted. Dagda turned to me with a smile and beckoned our return to the beacon of ages. I said, what had she done for that? For what purpose? But I wasn't but a Sigma knows an elder wizard's business. You were on the right one. It was just between two paragraphs. Have a good night, Mish. Wait, what? I was on the right one. The one that you found, Dagda's diary, was between two. This one? Mental games, and as I cannot. Ever since suddenly departure, my patience with has lessened. I can't think away from us, but I must remember to breathe. Lear's presence has been a boon on this front. He's always... This one? Are you talking about this? Some of the newer recruits are unsettled by our appearances. I guess is made of stone, but Askaran, Maban, and I are usually met with fear. Maban chose to hide his wings to lessen the dire presence of a Mursad, and Askaran has taken on a blue complexion. Oh my god, you're right. That's right there. So yeah, so he's taken a blue complexion, hoping that. Oh, I misread this. No, okay, so yeah, so we're all correct. I just completely misread this whole thing. Oh my god, you're right. I completely misread the whole thing. So Isgarin hasn't never disguised himself, but he took on a blue complexion, hoping that he may be mistaken for a djinn. Okay, I completely misread that. But you guys are right. So he didn't disguise himself as a djinn, but he made himself look more blue so that he'd look like a djinn. And he keeps that up too, so yeah, so that's really cool. But I wouldn't call that a disguise. I wouldn't take the leap of saying because he did that, he could be King Doric. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't see that being something there. You know what I mean? They almost share models. Oh, they most certainly do. I mean, when you look at like a djinn, specifically like a water djinn. So if we do like a, is this a water djinn? This is not a water djinn. The Intrepid. I was thinking like a water djinn. Right? Like, I mean, this is not the best image, but I mean that, you know, you compare that to something like Isgarin, right? Like, it's very similar. Like four-armed floaty creatures with, you know, flowy rags around them. Like, that's, you know, very close for sure. 100%. And they have the same animations. Yeah, it's just a way of them reusing the model that they had, right? They were reusing the djinn model that they had from Path of Fire, which makes sense. I mean, I don't see a reason why they would make new models for that, right? Yeah, for sure. So definitely, I mean, I could see him disguise himself as a djinn. I just don't see him disguising himself as King Doric and dealing with humanity's issues or whatever, right? Like, I don't see that happening. So I don't think that that is part of the story that we're going to see. At least I don't think that's what we're going to see. Who knows, you know? But it's interesting to think, I mean, if we're talking about this war here, right? Because I also think that this is a very interesting spot in time, where like nothing really crazy happens before that. It seems to be like almost this peaceful era, right? There's almost 100 years of humans arriving on Ur, Istan, and southern valleys of Alona via boats from unknown lands. Beginning of Kansas. So that's another thing, right? Right here. Throne the Lost. Since the my people have walked these mountains since before the humans came, since before the gods put limits on magic. So limits on magic. It's very interesting to talk about limits, right? It's always been believed they took and gave magic, but what is it? Maybe they're putting limits on it, right? Like, that's, I think, more what we're talking about. The gods favored the giants, the Jotun. They gave us magic and blessed us with knowledge of mechanical and magical things. The gods threatened to take magic from us. They were afraid we would use it against them. So maybe the wars with the Jotun? I mean, do we know the timeline of when this happened? Again, we don't know exactly when the Jotun... Well, actually, we can kind of... Wait a minute. Dagda is still a relatively, like, this is before the fall, right? When did she... Do we know exactly the time... This is before 7. Okay, so Dagda grew up after the fall of the Jotun society in the era of magic sometime before 716 AE. But because of how she her mother was one of the few female chieftains in Jotun history who had immense magic powers, like Dagda herself. Magic powers, Adjun killed her and most of Dagda's family. Dagda herself would have been killed as well, but was kept alive due to her age and likely to preserve family's genetics for future generations, leaving her to be used as a tool. She was rescued by remaining south by a new dragon champion, with Jormag. Dagda became apprentice. So it looks like the Jotun had just kind of grew up after the fall of the Jotun society, right? But she still seems not as primitive as the Jotun from back then, because we learned in Dagda's, was it Dagda's journal diary? Was that here? Why is it that the presence of a Jotun and a woman at that is so shocking? I realize that my people are different now than they were when I was rescued those many years ago, right? So that's implying that the Jotun had already fallen, because we know that from the other thing, right? But they hadn't completely devolved yet, right? So that is around 700 AE. Okay, so when we look at the timeline, that's a long time. That is over here, right? That is like 200 years before Guild Wars 1. Meaning that back then, during these times, the Jotun were already, they were still the, you know, so maybe the Jotun are the bad guys, and that's what we're seeing. Maybe that's what we're seeing in the one concept art that we saw, where there's these characters like fighting the you know, the where people were saying, we were talking about it earlier, where we see the what people thought were Tengu, right? So maybe it's we're fighting a Jotun, because it looks like a larger creature as well, right? And it looks like the regular people are much smaller than whatever creature we're fighting. Maybe they're fighting a Jotun like shaman of some kind. And maybe the bad guys, maybe this lengthy war is because this was the time that Throne is talking about, where the Jotuns, their fall kind of started. Maybe this was the time where the human gods became a little like, they were not okay with the Jotun, and maybe there was already some discontent with the Jotun, and maybe there was a war there already, where the Jotun, maybe the Jotun are the bad guys of the game. Yeah, Maban did full-on transformations. He did a couple of them where he disguised, I mean, he disguised himself as a human at some point and stuff like that. So Maban is the one that does the transformations for sure. If anyone really did the gods start making it would be the Jotun, yeah, plus looting the telescope. I mean, right? Like, it could be, it definitely could be that, right? Like, glass. I want to read about this. I want to read about the humans. An ancient land of magic and magic, does it where the giant sandworms roamed and humans once strive for the right. But things have changed. I mean, there's a Cargotoric timeline. 7 86 BE, the gods arrive and they brought their friends. The 6 gods first appear in Cantha, bringing humanity with them. Like gardeners starting a new patch, they transplant human beings to this lush new world, working the soil and tending their seed beds. So Canthans were brought settling Cantha, and then humanity expands into a Lona despite the So I have a feeling we're going to see two kinds of humans in I have a feeling we're going to see two kinds of humans in Guild Wars 3. Where do they talk about Hold on. Gods. Okay, humans settle Ascalon. Humans arrive on Ore via Bosu. Age of Falcon. Is there not another time where they talk about humans coming to... Because they talk about how... That was in the scriptures of Dwayna. The scriptures. I want to specifically read Dwayna's... called Scripture of Dwayna. Scriptures of Dwayna. Oh, what? Why is this not... Where did we find that earlier? I want to read about that again. The cataclysm... Life into... Dwayna was the first god to arrive from the mist, bringing humanity with her. Although the gods were initially drawn to the magic of the... Although the gods were initially drawn to the magic of the Chechen waters in the heart of Ore, they took humanity elsewhere and eventually led some humans to Cantha, planting the seeds of the first widely known where there may have been civilizations. Okay, interesting. Empire divided. Oh, what is this? So it shall be, you seek the heart of Ore, then you must go to the very beginning. History scrolls, that's where we just read. This is where this was. Okay. I just hope we can buy it because it's very pretty. It is pretty, right? So I guess I'd always believed that they brought the humans directly to Ore. But I guess not. I guess Ore was settled. So they arrived on Ore and didn't directly settle it, but instead chose to go to Cantha first, take the humans there, and then at some point, and then probably at that point left humans there, went back to Ore, traveled around Tyria maybe or something. I don't know. We're hanging out, or maybe took some people to Ore with them or something from Cantha. Right? It's kind of, and that's where the lore gets a little weird, because they talk about how like Canthans were there and then they brought people to Ara, and it's like they kind of make it sound like they brought it from the other world directly to Ore, but then that's not really what happened. There's some weird discrepancy there, I feel like, that I don't really know. Because she urged peace with the races already present on this world, but her advice was not heeded. But when she saw it, she brought creation. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure because they don't have dates on that particular thing there. It was developed by human gods and brought here to Ara. Our scouts found an old monument stone here among the wreckage. They reported to an ancient Jotun observatory may be found. Come with me and together we learn the secrets of the Jotun. I have the stone. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of weird things. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how ArenaNet is going to spin all this and what. But I think we're most likely. Jotun were also the first to notice the dragon cycle, and they would swallow the world and move the stars. Maybe the gods didn't want it to be known they were dumping dragon catnip everywhere. That's a good point, right? We know that the gods are very deceitful in their ways, and that they lied in a lot of ways, and that they, all in preservation of whatever, right? Keeping humans safe or whatever, right? But yeah, that's a good point though too. Maybe the Jotun, so you're saying that the gods maybe urged the humans in a way, like Balthazar, for example, urged the humans to fight the Jotun because they knew that the Jotun knew too much, kind of thing. And they were like, oh, if the humans just defeat the Jotun or see them as enemies, then we don't have to worry about it. They're not gonna spread, this whole information about it, I don't know, but I really think that this is like, the timeline really, this would be a great setting for the game for sure. Forgotten should be everywhere in Guild Wars 3, as city guards and such. Well, I don't know if there would be as lowly as city guards, but I could see them definitely be like, maybe the servants of the gods themselves. Like, I don't see them as serving the Orions, but I could see them serving the gods. So I could see them being like in a Ra as like tending to the gods, right? Because that's what they always have been in the story of Guild Wars. I feel like the Forgotten have always been these caretakers, right? These caretakers of the history of the gods, and then the caretakers of the Exalted and the legacy of Galind and all that, right? They were these caretakers in a lot of ways, and I feel like that's maybe their role, was kind of because they revered them, the human gods, right? The Forgotten revered them, and so maybe they wanted to just serve them, right? Not necessarily humans. Like, I don't see them being city guards in the village of Ren or something, right? Because that feels very out of place. But it could be that they're still very present in Ra and around the gods because they revere them so much. Let's learn about the Forgot. Human legends claim that the Forgotten were originally brought to Tyria by the Six Gods in 1769 BE to serve as the world's custodians during the gods' reforming of the planet. How accurate this is? Where is this from? What's the source here? The History of Tyria, Volume 1. So this is old. This is from the Guild Wars Prophecies manuscript. From the Tarnished Coast, now called the Sea Crystal Desert, to the James Been flourished under the protection of these mystical creatures. So they were everywhere. The serpents were the protectors of the land, the keepers of knowledge, the teachers of all things, and during their time the world was in balance. But then a new race of creatures was birthed upon the world. They were neither serpent nor beast. They were neither plant nor stone. These creatures had no chitinous hide to protect themselves. They had no claws to tear flesh. They arrived naked and defenseless, except for one thing: their desire for control. This new race of creatures was none other than us humans, and in no time we began to take over. Cities bloomed across the continent, walls were erected, and weapons forged. Those things we humans lacked, we simply built. We didn't need hides. Oh wow, that's a tiny little map, but that's an early map of Tyria there. It's always cool to see that. We discovered fire, wrote books of our own, passed knowledge to one another through song and verse. Soon humans had everything we required, and it was then that we began to prey upon the other creatures. We hunted animals for sport, chased the druids from the jungle, or a group of Crichton humans that long ago moved to the Muguma jungle. So there's a little bit... According to History of Tyr, they were forced out of the jungles in the long-distant past by other humans. They were last seen by others sometime before again, many years after Guild Wars 3, and about like 100 years before Guild Wars 2. Vanished decades before 1072 AE. Although generally believed to have been killed off by the jungle's predatory plants and animals, the druids actually shed their physical bodies to become one with nature. The druids now exist as spirits, appearing similar to oak hearts. Vass is the only character from Guild Wars 2. That'd be cool, meeting Vass. What is known as the Forgotten were around during the Elder Dragon's rise and fought the Eldritch Beasts alongside the Jotun. So this is not correct here, right? We know that they were around 10,000 years ago to fight the other Elder Dragons. We know this from Guild Wars 2, which is a lot more accurate than Guild Wars 1's manuscript. But it could be perhaps that there's some kind of event in 1769 BE that had to do with the Forgotten in some shape or form. Later freed Glint, then known as Glost, from Kalgatori's control by utilizing an ancient and powerful ritual at the altar of Glost. I talked about that in my short. They had also discovered a type of magic which appeared impervious to draconic corruption and consumption. Guided by Glint, the Forgotten hid with the remaining Jotun, dwarves, and seers until the Elder Dragons went to sleep. Afterwards, the Forgotten spread across the civilized world, guiding races towards rebuilding prosperity. Archaeological evidence shows that the Forgotten were spread throughout Tyria as well as far as Cantha. When humans arrived on the world, they were known to have warred with the Char on the borders of the Blaze-Rich Mountains sometime in Tyria's past prior to 100 BE until they retreated, but otherwise their stewardship is thought to have been largely peaceful. So this is very interesting because we get 100 BE, which is around the time that I'm saying that the game takes place, right? I'm saying 115 BE. So it's around that time. So the Forgotten had a conflict with the Char around that time. Prior to 100 BE at some point until they retreated. Meaning that we're probably 100% going to see Forgotten in Guild Wars 3. In response to the Morganized defacing the Temple of the Six on the southern shore of the Crystal Sea in 1 BE, the Forgotten waged war. So we know nothing between that, right? We hear about them having some kind of... They're usually peaceful, and their stewardship, they're custodians, right, of the world. And the other races and stuff, and they're usually peaceful, but they did have some kind of conflict with the Char around the time that Guild Wars 3 takes place. But other than that, we know nothing about them in that timeline. And then, we skip 200 years and we talk about the Crystal Desert and stuff, after everything happened with the... So it could be that they were in Ur and Ara and stuff too. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is all, this all happens way early on. The Forgotten performed the spell on Gloss. So do you guys think we're going to see Glint? We could see Glint, right? The Crystal Desert, remember, the Crystal Desert wasn't a desert yet in the times of Guild Wars 1. I forgot that I'm on the Guild Wars 2 wiki. I was trying to find the Guild Wars, right? This is... Okay, anyways. So, because Glint's layer is up here, right? And so this is all sea. The Crystal Desert was the sea. So if we look at something, you know, if we look at the map, right? If I could look at the map, a bigger map? Do we have a bigger map maybe? A little bit of a bigger map. But this was all sea, right? Like down here is where they fought, like right south of here is where all this happened. But Ore, right? Ore is very close, you know, because we've never explored this part. I think when they talk about the setting of the game, I don't just think of, hey, we're gonna be in Ore, the Ore that we know in Guild Wars 2. I think we're also going to be seeing the Scavenger's Causeway, as it's called in Guild Wars 2. I think we're going to see part of that as well. Because you know, why would the Orions settle here, then go to Kryda and Ascalon and not explore out here, right? Like what keeps them, right? And we also know that this is the Crystal Sea down here. This is where the Marganites fought the other humans. This was all a sea, right? And this is the area the Marganites controlled, right? That area is the area the Marganites controlled as like the seafaring people that they were, which suggests that, you know, they were probably some kind of tribe, again, some kind of tribe of humans, maybe different from the Orions, or maybe part of the Orions or whatever, like a different, like a, you know, a split faction of Orions or whatever. But clearly Orions at some point, or the humans, traveled out here to the Crystal Sea, right? Which is far away from Ore. But that's also where the human gods fought, right? Fought Abaddon, right? When we look at something like, we go back here, and we look at, like, let's look at the map. I need Shaman's Guide here. Probably a lot easier to see. So, right, this is Ore, right? So if we're saying the gameplay takes place here, we also have the Scavenger's Causeway. This all was the Crystal Sea, right? Right down here, turning the sea. This was all sea. All of this was sea. You know, this is where the battle took place of the humans, or the human gods, the human gods, where they banished Abaddon, right? But this was all of that was turned into a desert, right? The surrounding area, all of these areas. I'm sure as parts of this were already desert, you know, somewhere along, I'm sure, right? Because, you know, they talk about like the dynasties of Elona and stuff like that. Elona already existed as like a thing, but they specifically talk about the Crystal Desert, which is this northern part here. And, you know, this part here, talking about how this used to be a sea, right? So if we think about that, we could potentially see the game take place in all of this, like along this mountain range here, could be the end of the game, but it could take place in all of this, right? Including the outer, like, I would think that maybe Ara is more of like the hub world, right? Like the Lion's Arch of Guild Wars 3, kind of, where you go, right, and you venture out, and this is the starting area of the game. But then as you venture out and you go to, because we got to think about this like higher levels too, right? Like there's going to be some kind of leveling, there's going to be some kind of end game area, there's going to be some kind of area that we go to. So, you know, them venturing, you know, they could have ventured all the way out there, and the end game could take place down here somewhere, right? Like these are mountains. Maybe there were Jotun here at some point. I mean, we're talking about many, many years ago. If the struggle is with the Jotun, right? Like it could be down here somewhere, right? The thing about the Scavenger's Causeway is we know nothing about it. Which is this area right here. We know nothing about it. It's a land bridge. It actually gives you the that connects ore with the continental interior. It is the only other land passage to ore aside from the Straits of Devastation. Very little else is known about it. The movement of the world has suggested that the Elder Dragons, Saitians, so none of that really has anything to do with it, right? Because this is way before, you know, this is way after the last cycle and way before the new cycle happens. So, you know, Elder Dragon stuff has nothing to do with any of this, right? But we know nothing about this area, right? We know nothing about this region at all. So it could be that we're gonna see this area as in like the end game area, the outlying area of the game, and like this is just the starting areas, and we see like, you know, the village of Ren is right here, for example, you know, and then we have the cathedrals of the gods. Maybe we're gonna see those being constructed, right? We could see the reliquaries, maybe the source of ore, right? The source of everything, the artesian well, like maybe we're gonna see some kind of something around there. You know, the ports down here, because we have the ports where the shipyard and stuff like that. This is where they constructed the ships and the Orient fleets and stuff like that. We're gonna see some stuff there, I'm sure. There's a lot of different things that we'll probably see, but that might all be early stuff in the game, right? Like, where does the game start and where does it go in terms of the physical space that we journey across? I could definitely see us starting in a raw, and like that is, you know, we see the concept art of us pointing right at a raw, or the character standing in front of a raw or whatever, right? So it could be that maybe, you know, that is the journey that we take, is across the Scavenger's Causeway, which in Guild Wars 1's time, you know, in the map of Guild Wars 1, this bridge was a lot more solid. There was a lot more, there was a lot less water, and there was a lot more land here. But we cross into this area here that we know nothing about. Again, which is kind of nice for ArenaNet, because taking an area that has almost no history to it, that we know nothing about, is awesome, right? Because that gives you a blank slate. We don't know any events that happened here. None of the events of anything in Guild Wars have ever happened here, right? We know that at some point Kraugatori goes to one of these mountains up here, right? In Guild Wars 2, right? Which is something that they never explore, which is kind of a shame. You know, we know that these guys arrive way later, the Olmacon, right, at the island off to the side, which is something that maybe they'll explore, right? Obviously none of this existed, right? So, you know, that gives them a blank slate. It gives them like, hey, we have ore and we can kind of lean on that, but we have all these stories that we can tell in this region here that, you know, that has nothing there. We can tell these stories about this land here, and maybe that's what we see when we see those arches and stuff like that. They don't look like, because the arches and the round structures of ore, they're all man-built, like man-made structures. But when we look at the concept art of Guild Wars 3, right? Do we have a website? Please? Oh my god. Jeez. And when we look at the concept art, right, we have these arches. Look, that's not man-made. That's not constructed. This is clearly, you know, this is clearly just there, right? That's like nature. When we look at something like, so, you know, we have the man-made arches here, right? Which this is probably a raw, I'm guessing, right? This is probably a raw or some kind of city here. But could this be, you know, is this the Vizier's tower that we see over here? Like on the far, you guys can barely see it, but Desolation was a coastline where the Forgotten lived, a verdant coastline. Yeah, see? So that's kind of cool because it's a coastline along the Crystal Sea, right? So that's where the human gods fought. And so that's, you know, we could see that too, right? Like, is this, are we looking from the, you know, from the Scavenger's Causeway onto like Ara and the Wizard's Tower or something, right? We could, that's kind of the perspective that we could have here, you know? If we look at some of the other things, like right here, right? This is a really good one that we can see, right? Is this us looking into the Scavenger's Causeway? Is maybe all of these like mountainous structures and these weird like natural arches that are clearly just, is this land that's unexplored that we haven't seen yet, right? Does this have to be in ore? It's very interesting to think about, I think. But yeah, like you said, it's a harsh landscape. Blah, 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 blah. It was passed into conquers. It is divided. Flooding northern section is a nigh in this. History. Before the exodus of the gods, the lands that make up the desolation were considered a lush and beautiful landscape, and was home to the Forgotten's empire. When Abaddon rebelled against the other 6 gods and laid siege to the gates of heaven, the war raged across the shores and islands of the Crystal Sea, and where Abaddon was struck down became a crater called the Ruptured Heart. Abaddon's defeat altered the landscape and created a tear in reality, connecting the land of the Realm of Torment, that is the mouth of Torment. From the mouth of Torment, the influence of Abaddon, blah, 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 slowly seeped into the world, poisoning and warping the landscape into the sulphurous wasteland it is today. In the decades following, the primeval kings this spread their reign further north, settling Vabi and the Desolation, establishing dynastic tombs, and reaching further north into the Crystal Desert. They had also established Mora as a guard over the Mouth of Torment. However, due to Abaddon's spreading influence through the Mouth of Torment, Mora succumbed and fell nearly 200 years later. Yeah, so that's really, really cool. That Sky Scholar? What is that? Oh, interesting. Yeah, so that's really, really cool to think about, right? That we could see, right? We could see this area, the Desolation, right? If we have Forgotten in the game, maybe this could be another area that we go to, right? Because if we say like the sea kind of went along this way, right? Like went down here or something, right? Like maybe the sea ended here and there was all these islands here. And we have like, this is the coastline or something, you know, because this is all the Desolation. And so if this was like a lush coastline, then we could see, you know, and this is where the Forgotten were. We could see the Forgotten, right? Maybe not in Ara or, but maybe close by in the Crystal Sea coastline area, right? And we could see that as like the final part of, you know, maybe that's where we journey to, right? Like something like that. So I don't know. It's a very interesting thought, I think, to like think about what the setting could be. I mean, these are all just random predictions. You know, it's just something to keep in mind, right? Like we were just talking about earlier about the idea of underwater combat or something like that, right? So, you know, could we see underwater combat in Guild Wars 3? Like, is ArenaNet gonna maybe attempt it again and maybe do underwater combat? And are we gonna see the Crystal Sea as like, you know, the islands of the Crystal Sea, something that we can venture across? Are they gonna maybe think about the skiffs that they, you know, introduced with End of Dragons, maybe didn't do as much as they wanted to do with it, and maybe we're gonna get our own boat? Maybe we're going to get some kind of boat combat where we fight the Marganites or pirates or corsairs or something like that up here, you know. I think we're going to lean a little bit more on the Crystal Sea itself as like an area that we could go to. I think that would be really cool. And learning more about the Marganites and that kind of thing, rather than going the other way and going to like the unending ocean or something like that, you know, or like the Fire Island chain or something like that, or even going north into like the Tyrian areas or something. I think they're trying to stay away from all of this because they don't want to do retcons, like reverse retcons where they like introduce something in this area of the world and then contradict something in Guild Wars 1 that then contradicts something in Guild Wars 2 or whatever, right? Because they did that with Guild Wars 2. There's a lot of places that kind of contradict, you know, there was some retcons done when Guild Wars 2 came out to Guild Wars 1. Yes, they did a really good job with carrying things over, but we have something like the Frostgate, for example, which is in this random mountain over here. But this entire area looks nothing like the Frostgate mission. Beacon's Perch doesn't exist at all, right? But instead we have like other structures here that have never existed before in Lornar's Pass, right? And so there was like, you know, minor retcons, nothing major, but there was certain things that were retconned and stuff. And so I think Arena is going to stay away from all of that and go with something that where no retcons will be done in that sense, where they can take like ore and really say, well, you know, we're going to do our own with ore, because even if we retcon something from Guild Wars 2, we can just say, well, it changed, the landscape changed, or something changed because, you know, it's 1200 years before Guild Wars 1 even, and, you know, in between that time, or sank, sat on the bottom of the ocean for 250 years, and then got brought back up, and, you know, so the landscape is different, right? So anything and everything they do in ore can be explained away, which again gives them almost like this, yeah, there's some stuff we want to lean on, like the gods and the cathedrals and Ara and like these types of things, but do we really have to like they don't have to follow that, you know, 100%, right? They can just kind of venture out and do whatever they want with it, really, which is cool. I like that, and I think opens up the possibility of a lot of different things. So, but anyways, it's getting pretty late, and I'm gonna head out because I'm getting really tired, and it's getting really late, and so I want to go to bed, and I want to work on some videos tomorrow. I think I want to work on some stuff, talk to you guys about, you know, some other stuff. I mean, I'm kind of waiting to make videos to hear what ArenaNet has to say and kind of go with that and base my theories based on what they're talking about for Guild Wars 3. So I'm kind of holding off on these long form videos that I want to do. You know, I talked a little bit about like, oh, let's review everything in ore, but like I said earlier, they could pretty much do all kinds of things. They can change all kinds of stuff, right? And so I don't know if it's gonna really help us. But yeah, anyways, thank you so much, Horamain, for being here. Nian, whatever. I hope you can catch up in time and watch, and yeah, join the conversation after the fact, right? Miss Lorveth, always a pleasure having you here. Mish King was here earlier. Thanks, Mish, as always. Again, make sure to like and subscribe. You know, I do release Guild Wars videos, and my plan is to do a lot more now that Guild Wars 3 has been announced. So if you guys are interested in the lore, there will be a lot more lore videos, theory videos, that kind of stuff. And make sure to share with your friends too. You know, if there's something interesting that you hear me talk about and you want to kind of, you know, you have friends that play Guild Wars or Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 3 or want to play Guild Wars 3, share it with them. Because, you know, I want to get some you know, I want to grow the channel pretty much is all I'm saying. So, but anyways, I'm going to head out. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you all so much. And I might be back tomorrow night. I don't know. We'll see how it feels. I don't have a schedule yet, but you know, make sure to hit the bell and be notified, or join the Discord and be notified when I go live. So, but I'll see you guys then. Bye guys.